Hello and good afternoon, everyone. So, finally, the day has arrived where your actual SBL exam countdown begins. Yesterday, that is on the 25th of August, ACCA released the pre-scene material for your September 2026 exam. And today, we'll be doing an in-depth analysis of that pre-scene material. Okay, so there's a lot of time commitment that I will require from you today. Okay, and we'll be looking at the pre-scene material in depth. We'll have to spend time understanding what what all is there in the material. We'll have to spend time in understanding the industry. We'll have to spend time in understanding the company. Then we'll have to devise different models which are applicable to this particular scenario and get up and build a thorough understanding end to end. Now, people who are already in my live batches right now, of course this material will be uploaded on the drive for you to download, so you of course don't have to worry. The others who are directly joining me today for the pre-scene, I for you, the material will be given in a description. So in the description of this video there will be a link. That link is for a drive. On that drive the detailed pre-scene analysis will be uploaded for your reference. Now, based on this pre-scene material, I'll be conducting one full length mock. Okay, that mock will be released by the end of day today. It will be uploaded on the same drive in which the analysis is going to be uploaded. Now, my request to you would be please make sure that you solve the mock so that uh, later on, of course, it can help you in understanding what kind of questions to expect in the paper. This is going to be a long session. We are starting at 12. It might go until 6:30. So make sure that you have everything ready with you. Bought a couple of water bottles. Your mind has to be active, and don't worry, I'll be giving you adequate breaks in between so that uh, you can get your mind refreshed. Now, first of all, let's get an understanding of what exactly is the pre-scene material and how are you supposed to use it. Now, earlier for this, I need to tell you how exactly was this concept of pre-scene. How did this concept come into picture? Now, the first thing is, a couple of years ago, 6 7 years ago, earlier, we had just two papers. One was governance, risk and ethics, which was called P1, and then we had P3, which is business analysis. I wrote two separate papers. Now, somewhere around 2018, if I'm not wrong, these two papers were clubbed into one and they made it Strategic Business Leader. At that time, from around it was 2018 19, say around 2023, SBL used to be a 4-hour exam. Okay, in that 4-hour exam, you would be given information about the industry, you would be given information about the company, then a lot of exhibits were provided, and then you were supposed to spend 1.5 hour probably, reading the material in depth, getting an understanding of the material, and then answering questions on the spot. In 2023, ACCA changed the approach. ACCA said, ki, you know what, it's a single case study that you have throughout the paper. It's not multiple questions like other papers. It's a single 80 marks case study and 20 marks for professional skills. वो अलग से रहता है आपका. So you have just one single case study on one company. It's not as if the company is also changing. So ACCA said, we want you to come more prepared for the paper. And how will we do it? 15 days before the actual exam, ACCA really has started releasing something called as the pre-scene material. This contains information about the industry. So this time we have theme parks and amusement parks. So it contains information about the industry, point one. Then it contains information about the specific company. So in this case, there's an entity called Hasper World. So the background of the company, who are the promoters, who are the owners, what is their shareholding, ये सारा कुछ information आपको दिया रहेगा in the uh, pre-scene material only. So एक around 12 to 13 pages ka document is available, and then you have to understand the industry, you have to understand the company, you have to understand its background and the different concepts that we have been studying since the last 2 months. We have to make sure that we apply those concepts and keep one analysis ready. Now this analysis will be, pestle analysis, SWOT analysis, looking at the financial figures, looking at the non-financial data, preparing a risk register, TARA framework, ये सब कुछ हम apply करेंगे and we'll get all that information in one place. We'll put it together. What you have to do after that is you have to keep on going through that information, and then of course on the exam day, see, there will be some surprises because they will give you four exhibits. These four exhibits will contain different information points. You have to work on these information points, and on the basis of that you have to answer questions. Now in this batch we have already done three papers: the March 25 paper, the December 25 paper, and the June 26 paper. Okay, these three papers we have already covered live. They are uploaded on my YouTube channel. Some eight other papers are also uploaded on the YouTube channel. So if you go to the SBL September 26 playlist, you have everything given in one place. Okay, so you have Biago, PVS, PSS, Corjets, NC Tech, FIR. All of these different case studies are there in one place. So you can always keep on referring to it and have a look at it कि कैसे analyze करना है, क्या करना है. Now, the way to approach the pre-scene will be, we'll do the analysis right now. You will get the PDF. My recommendation to you would be go through the PDF after the session is over. Make sure that you have your understanding in the right place, and then we can start working on the questions. Now, what we can do, or the only thing we will be able to do is we will be able to predict syllabus areas कि भाई risk register में से question आ सकता है, या question can be asked on internal controls or on leadership or something like this, or money laundering, we don't know. So once we go through the material, we'll get a better understanding of that. And then you have to solve that pre-scene mock. Now there are so many educators out there who are preparing the pre-scene content. So students usually end up watching 2, 3, 4 pre-scene, which is, I believe, there is a lot of time that gets wasted in the process, because आप हर किसी का मटेरियल देखेंगे तो बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन ओवरलोड विल हैपन, एंड देन you might not have enough time left for your own thinking and analysis. So watch one pre-scene, that should be more than enough. Now understand that pre-scene is the background. Okay, it's like the foil in which it's like the wrapping paper in which the gift is wrapped. That wrapping paper only gives you a clue as to what is inside. On the exam day, things are going to be different, and I have trained you enough for all of those different scenarios. Okay, so let's get a head start on that. And God forbid, I live in Noida. There is a possibility that the electricity will conk off. It happens, आपके क्लास में भी बहुत बार हुआ है. But because this is a YouTube live session, if the electricity conks off, the session will shut down immediately. But don't worry, I will be sending I'll be sending another link to you guys on the same channel and on the WhatsApp group, so that the session can continue. There will be a 3-4 minute interruption that happens. So don't start panicking because of that. Let's not talk more about why electricity supply is such a big problem. That's a topic for another day. Okay, so let's begin. First of all, you can hear me, right? Let me know in the chat box if you can hear me. Any one person can also just let me know. Okay, the mock that I will give you based on the pre-scene, that is in no way an indication कि यही question paper में आएगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Naturally, it will be, yes, of course, you can have access to it, not a problem. Guys, if there are people who are asking for group links, please circulate, but only batch 1 people, हाँ, batch 2 का link नहीं, just batch 1 का link देना है यहाँ पे. Okay, if there are people who are a part of batch 1, you can put the link in the chat box so that the others can join. If you call me while the session is on, my phone is on DND, I will not be able to respond. Okay, cool. Chalo, let's start. So you have around 7 pages or 6 pages of industry info. You have roughly 6-7 pages of company specific info. Okay. Now we'll be going through this and analyze it with a fine tooth comb. एक aspect of this entire activity has to be understood. Okay. Hasper World is a theme park located in the country of Deeland. HW, now we are going to call it HW, was established over 50 years ago and has since grown to become the third largest theme park in Deeland based on both revenue and customer numbers. Now, an amusement park is a commercial enterprise which features attractions such as rides, games, and play areas, and its purpose is to provide entertainment. A theme park is a type of amusement park which has a central theme. This theme might be based on a particular subject, such as outer space, or on a particular group of characters, like Harry Potter based theme park or something like this. For example, those found in animated movies. Theme parks offer visitors a wide variety of attractions, including rides, shows, play areas, food outlets, and shops, all based on the chosen theme. Some theme parks are divided into theme areas called lands or zones, offering attractions and rides within those land and zones, which immerse the visitor within the themed experience as they move around the park. They are just telling you कि एक theme park में क्या क्या होता है. So there are rides, there are play areas, there are movie shows, food outlets, everything based on the chosen theme. So if Harry Potter is the chosen theme, then everything will be with respect to those specific characters. Some theme rides are divided into themed areas called lands or zones, offering attraction and rides within those land and zones. So there will be, like, subdivisions within the theme park, because financial reporting is the one thing that is always on my mind. मेरे दिमाग में CGU आया, which shouldn't come, by the way. We are not doing SBR. Now, theme parks differ from amusement parks in that they feature a themed collection of rides and attractions, whereas amusement parks feature an unconnected collection of rides and attractions. So, amusement park could be, I don't know how many of you know about SL World, which used to be there in Mumbai. So, SL World, like just multiple rides are there. Like, that's, they are not connected with each other, there is no underlying theme behind it. Okay. Now if there is a, let's say, Disneyland is a theme. You could think of Disneyland as a theme park. All Disney characters, you will not find characters from some other universe or some other franchisee in it. All of these are specifically from that universe of Disney, okay, Donald Duck, and all of that. So that's all connected with each other. The rides and attractions also are based on that one recurrent theme. Okay. Now, so they are just trying to give you the difference between the two. Over the years, many amusement park operators recognize that by incorporating themes, stories, architecture, landscaping, and characters into their parks, visitors become more engaged and they were able to attract a wider variety of visitors. So, because I think today people are looking for experiences, so they have realized that integration with a known universe, matlab, I don't watch any of that, but क्या आपका वो होता है ना, Marvel and DC and all of that. So maybe just that people find a lot of connectivity with that, which is why that could increase the footfall in this particular domain. Okay, so that is how the theme park industry is currently operating. Key, and the current set of amusement parks, they also want to take this up. Okay. Now, why is this paragraph in the pre-scene in the first place? Okay, it's not only for like decoration pages भरना है उसके लिए नहीं डाला है. There is a reason. See, it establishes one idea that creating a theme is a proven commercial, let's say, it pushes you in that particular direction. It helps you to generate more revenue in the future. So it's a commercial lever. Operators who have adopted that, they have been able to get a wider audience. Okay, Hasper World was the first themed amusement park operating in Deeland. So this company, in all probability, it had the first mover advantage in terms of that innovation that it brought on. Okay, now whether that early mover advantage is still there or not, that is something which, as we move along, we'll get to understand. Let's see what type of information is there. Now, coming back to the content. Yes, it would be a theme park, Disneyland in California. It is not in the description yet because it is yet to be uploaded. Once the video takes around 3-4 hours to get processed. It will be a long video. It will take 3-4 hours to get processed. तब तक लगे तो मैं comment section में या I'll put it. Don't worry. Just to मेक श्योर दैट एवरीवन इज अलाइन. मैं अभी बैच 1 का लिंक शेयर कर देता हूँ सबके साथ. ठीक है, 1 मोमेंट. Share the link here for you guys to join. ठीक है, this is the link, and if anyone misses out on the link or doesn't want to join the group, you can get this from me on via my LinkedIn also. I'm sending you my LinkedIn का profile. ठीक है, all of this will get updated on all my social media platforms including my YouTube channel also. ठीक है, let's continue. Now, the Deeland theme park market. Deeland has a population of over 60 million and has a well-developed economy. A significant proportion of the population has disposable income, पैसे वाले लोग हैं, to spend on a wide range of leisure and tourism activities. ठीक है. Now, the Deeland theme park market earned an estimated revenue of nearly 1 billion. This is market revenue, okay? And this is estimated to grow by over 10% in the next 5 years. The current growth has been driven by a strengthening global leisure and tourism market, wherein theme parks have become an integral part of this, making them popular destinations for people while taking holidays or short breaks. And what is this? This is the theme park market. In the first paragraph itself, they had said that Deeland is the third largest theme park in terms of revenue and customer numbers. Let's see if this data also supports that. So SpaceParc has 27%, Dynoland has 22%, Hasper World has around 16%. So this is the third largest in terms of revenue, third largest in terms of the number of footfall or the customers who are coming in. Now, again, why is this information given to you? This information is basically telling you ki what kind of an economy are you operating in. Now, one aspect that you can take away from this is, listen, people have disposable income, which is why they are spending on all these leisure and entertainment and all of these activities. If the disposable income goes down, if there is a recession, or if the preference of people changes, this is not an essential spending. Because this is not an essential spending, and if the disposable income goes down, naturally the revenue of the theme park industry will also go down, because only when people have disposable income in their pockets will they be able to spend on all of these discretionary activities. ये essential spending नहीं है. See, another point that you should take away from this thing is that this is a well developed economy and significant proportion of the population has a larger disposable income. ठीक है, so let's start making notes in our Excel sheet, and you will get the PDF also. But economy well developed, ठीक है, then income level high, disposable income. Pestle analysis mein this could be an economic factor maybe, or the fact that this is a developed economy. Then what else is there? If you see, there is the current growth has been driven by a strengthening global leisure and tourism market. So वो pestle analysis में जो social factors है, उसमें we can think about the fact that people now prefer spending on leisure and tourism and experiences. So that might come under the social factors वाला है ना. So move towards leisure spending and tourism. ठीक है. Now, let's come back to the material. Now, there are a wide range of theme parks operating in Deeland, ranging from small regional parks to several large theme parks. ठीक है, offering visitors a wide variety of rides, attraction, and food outlets. The three largest theme parks, which are SpaceParc, Dynoland, and HW in Deeland, together attracted over 10 million visitors and an increase of over 4% in the previous year. This industry is expected to grow by 10% in the next 5 years. The three largest theme parks accounted for around 10 million visitors in that particular space. However, competition for theme park visitors also comes from a wide range of other leisure and tourism activities available in Deeland, such as coastal holiday resorts, museums, zoos, aquariums, and a wide variety of tourist attractions. Does it, Acha, tell me, when they speak about the fact that there are other leisure activities that catch the attention of people in general, what kind of analysis is this pointing towards? We have competition not just from theme parks, but we have competition from coastal holiday resorts, then museums, zoos, aquariums. Threat of substitutes basically Porter's five forces model. ठीक है, सो अभी आपको दिख रहा है, मतलब you guys can also you have been able to identify which factors are playing a role. ठीक है, now theme park market growth drivers. Increasing disposable income of both home and international visitors who are demanding more leisure and entertainment options. Growing popularity of themed entertainment driven by global entertainment brands and movie franchisees, and that integration is driving the revenue up. Increasing adoption of technology in the attractions and experiences offered by theme parks, making them more realistic and exciting. Now, what is the point of these growth drivers? Why have they given you that? Let's have a look at, what this sector looks like. 60 million people का population है, 10 million footfalls are between these three theme parks only. हाँ, country का population 60 million, 1/6 of the people are going to theme parks. उन्हें कोई काम नहीं है शायद से. A significant proportion is spending disposable income, expected to grow by more than 10%, and estimated deal and theme park market revenue. This is nearly $1 billion and increasing by 4% in the previous year के comparison में there's been a 4% growth. ठीक है, and we have अपना जो entity है, that is Hasper World, which basically gets 16% of this chunk. ठीक है, that is its market share. So, what are the three growth drivers? Growth in footfall, growth in revenue is basically coming from increasing disposable income of home and international visitors, their choice and preferences. You have competition coming in from other areas also. Now, other avenues like resorts, museums, वहाँ से भी आ रहा है, and historic castles and famous landmarks, those are also getting your attention. And that is where the audience will split, that is where the footfall will split. So when you are competing with, you're not just competing with other theme parks and other amusement parks, usme bhi smallest of the small से largest of the sector, you are competing with those, and you are also competing with these other entities which are not a direct substitute but have emerged as setups which are basically trying to grab for your attention. Then who ends up visiting these theme parks? Okay, let's have a look at the theme park segmentation. Footfall का जो analysis है, with an extensive range of attractions offered, most theme parks attract visitors from a wide range of ages. So families with children under the age of 12, that makes up 40%. Teenagers 13 to 19-year-old, that makes up 22%. Adults over 30 are around 9%. Of course, they have real jobs to do. And young adults 20 to 29 years, that's around 29% of the customer breakdown. Most theme park revenue is generated from sale of tickets. So first is sale of ticket to enter the park. It's like an access fee. Okay. Then a considerable proportion of revenue is generated in the many food outlets which most theme parks operate on site, and which include a wide variety of restaurants and cafes. अगर महाराष्ट्र में होता तो I'm sure this would have been shut down by now, with so much violations happening on food quality. It's scary, but that's, I mean, all jokes apart, like IKEA generates most of its revenue from food, by the way. I mean, that's I've been reading about the meatball sub and all of those things which are sold in an IKEA, which by the way grab more attention than, or they bring in more revenue than the actual sale of furniture. I've never been to an IKEA store, by the way. Now, food and beverage ka sale is also generating a good chunk of the revenue, and there are cafes and restaurants like a food court basically. Merchandise such as soft toys, clothing, and general souvenir is also a steady form of income. So you have these gift shops and curio shops, and they are also bringing in steady income for the for the theme parks. Okay. The most notable change in revenue generation in recent years has been the development of on-site hotels, turning theme parks into holiday resorts where visitors can stay for short or extended holiday breaks within themed holidays or holiday lodges. These have proven to be particularly popular with international visitors to Deeland. Imagine Disneyland Paris, mein, there's a resort also developed on similar themes. So that has become another source of revenue generation, because with an on-site hotel, you will also have accommodation charges, you will also have more sale of food and beverages. So abhi inflow is coming from all of these different sources at the same time, and they have shown the breakdown. Now observe the trend. यहाँ पे तो है ही, I have shown it in my sheet also. Merchandise कम हुआ है 88877. Hotels and resorts has grown from 3% to 12%. Food and beverages went up 23, 24, 26 and then fell down to 23. Ticket sale is 66, 64, 60, 59, 58. ठीक है. सो सी दिस इज ओवरऑल रेवेन्यू का ब्रेकडाउन है. ठीक है. Ticket sale has gone down from 66 doesn't mean that ticket sale has gone down from 66% to 64%. What it means is कि overall revenue में ticket sale का proportion is 64 as compared to 66 in 2001, and hotels and resorts का increase हो गया है by 1%, food and beverage का भी increase हो गया है by 1%. ठीक है. Let's go to my sheet. Yes, the primary source of revenue is the tickets and rides only. And then a close second competitor is food and beverage, but I wouldn't call it a close competitor because वो less than half में चल रहा है, right? And the lowest was hotels and resorts, but it has shown like good growth in the 5 year span. Now this is the breakdown. 40%, this is the breakdown of footfall. 40% is with families, young adults, teenagers, adults 30 and over. Now this is, so आपका ticket sale has, proportion of ticket sale in overall revenue, not ticket sale. Proportion of ticket sale in overall revenue has fallen by 8 percentage points. That of hotels and resorts has gone up by 9 percentage points. Food and beverage शुरू भी 23 पे हुआ, it's back at 23. Merchandise का proportion has gone down by 1 percentage points. Now you see, uh, this is hotels and resorts, just a graphical representation of how it has moved. Hotels and revenues have quadrupled. 3 का 12 हो गया, tickets का कम हो गया, so it has gone down by 8 percentage points. 66 का 68 हो गया है. Maybe this could be an indication of certain problems to come. We don't know. As we move along, we'll understand it further. ठीक है. अब there is some information given to us about आपको HW एकदम पसंद आया लगता है. गर्व. By the way, when that historic places case study came, ना मुझे इतना सा I didn't really enjoy that when I was discussing that particular this thing. That pre-scene मुझे मजा नहीं आया था because charity था तो क्या होगा. But yes, the questions were good. What are the 6 rides, roller coasters in any type of theme park? Now they have described what the rides are, which is that case study we did बीच में जिसमें clothes quality, laundry, towel quality and all of that. वो सब आ रहा था. So yeah, they ask all sorts of questions. Yes, it is relatable. I'll give you that. So roller coasters uses an elevated track which carries riders through elements of. I don't have to explain you what is a roller coaster. I hope you have seen one. And even if you haven't, it's okay. You don't have to ride a roller coaster to know this. The paper is going to be straightforward, not a roller coaster. Flat rides, typical spins around and usually include a circular platform. Depending on their speed and pattern of movement, they may or may not be considered as exciting as roller coasters. I have motion sickness, by the way. Oh my god, Manav, you are going philosophical now suddenly. Our lives are like one. Okay, if you say so. You know what? I have motion sickness, and I'm sure some of, unfortunately, you might also have it. मुझे तो after a point ना बस में भी तकलीफ होता है. So imagine these rides. I will probably not have the stomach, literally and figuratively, to be a part of any of this. Depending on their speed and pattern of movement, they may or may not be considered as exciting as roller coasters. Who cares? Slow moving and low height flat rides are generally intended for young riders, typically between the age of 3 and 12. Like, when my sister and I would go to one of the लोकल मतलब गार्डन्स एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, तो उसमें वो टॉय ट्रेन नहीं होता है, उसके जैसा होगा. ठीक है. देन ड्रॉप राइड्स incorporates a central tower structure with one or more carriages attached. Each carriage carrying riders is lifted to the top of the tower and then released. So it's again another right that is being described. A powerful braking system stops the carriage before it reaches the ground. ये डिस्क्रिप्शन तो दिया है, दैट इज ओके. व्हाट इज द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट कम्स टू योर माइंड? पेपर में ड्राइंग तो बनाने को बोलेंगे नहीं आपको, है ना मानव? सो क्यों पूछ, व्हाई हैज दिस इंफॉर्मेशन बीन गिवन? दैट्स अ स्मार्ट कमेंट. इट वोंट बी अ ड्रॉप राइट, डोंट वरी. बट ये दिया क्यों है? एनी आइडिया? रिस्क एसोसिएटेड विथ राइड्स, वेरी गुड. सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स रिस्क रजिस्टर में जाएगा. एंड आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू वर देयर विथ मी इन ट्रिपल ए. ट्रिपल ए में भी एक थीम पार्क वाला क्वेश्चन है, डू यू रिमेंबर? उसमें अगेन इम्पेयरमेंट ऑफ राइट्स एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट इज देयर. सो बेल्टन वाटर पार्क इज, दैट्स अ पीएम का क्वेश्चन है, बेल्टन वाटर पार्क. Now, dark rides use vehicles to send riders into a dark indoor environment and through a series of scenes or experiences. Vehicles may take many forms, including cars on a track and boats which float in channels of water. I think my journey, if I go from Noida to Gurgaon right now, it would be this, with so much waterlogging and everything happening. And then water slides, this is also गुड़गांव ही है मानव, आपका ही डिस्क्रिप्शन चल रहा है यहाँ पे. Uses vehicles such as boats and wooden logs to send riders along channels of flowing water. Are we, I mean, what do they assume, that the readers are so idiotic that they don't know what a water slide is? But ठीक है, दे दिया है तो पढ़ लो. पैसा वसूल करना है ना. How much do you pay for SBL? 30,000 ना. उसके लिए इतना सारा इंफॉर्मेशन दे के रखा है. नो बट सी दीज आर सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स. इस पे पूरा एक बिजनेस risk register will get populated with the risks that you can basically collate from all the rides that are running. There will be regulatory concerns here. All jokes apart, let's talk about regulatory concerns. So all of these rides, they need approval from the local authorities, municipal authorities, or जैसे for food you have the FSA authority. For these rides and amusement parks, I am sure there are local authorities who will have to issue a certification stating that this ride is fit for usage of riders. So, and this will have to get renewed every year, or maybe every 6 months. That depends on the facts of the case, but there will be a regulatory risk here. What other risk can you think about? Let's write that in the Excel sheet. After having read the different rides, let's talk about risk associated with rides. Biggest is safety risk. Then compliance risk. अभी वो कहाँ हुआ था लास्ट ईयर? सूरज कुंड ना, वहां पे देयर वाज दिस giant whale, it broke down. Then what else? safety risk, regulatory risk, compliance risk, okay. Then reputation risk might also come up. Harsha is straight away at going concern. Why going concern? बंद हो जाएगा, okay. Maybe if the license is not renewed, that could be a problem. So risk of non renewal of license slash permit. Avoid the word going concern because we are not writing AAA, but I get your point. कहाँ सेव करूँ? Legal risk क्या है? Legal risk in case of injuries, yes, actually that's a very good point. Legal risk in case of injuries, and so there will be legal issues, court कचहरी तो जाना पड़ेगा, plus pen damages to the aggrieved party. इंडिया में तो चलो कुछ भी चलता है, बट लेट्स से इफ दिस हैपेंस इन सम फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड कंट्री, तो फिर तो पूरा मिलियंस में दे विल हैव टू पे डैमेजेस, है ना. सो दैट्स डेफिनेटली एन इशू. It's okay. You don't have to be sorry if your name is the ultimate reviewer. Maybe you are reviewing this. Financial risk through compensation and lawsuits. Very good point. Insurance for rides. So not getting राइड सेफ्टी इंश्योरेंस इज अ रिस्क. टाइम पे रिन्यूअल नहीं किया, भूल गए, दैट रिमाइंड्स मी आई हैव टू पे माय मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस. ओके, व्हाट एल्स? फाइनेंशियल रिस्क हो गया. फिर क्या है? मे बी अनदर रिस्क इज दैट people don't use certain rights. Psychological issues. Market, right now I'm only talking about risk relating to rights. Your point is right, but there is no risk called market share risk. We have to discuss it in a different way. Fire safety, फायर सेफ्टी हजार्ड्स, वो भी हो सकता है. Market share might decline, that is a risk, but which is why I'm not discussing it here, because I'm only talking about rights right now. Environmental risk due to continuous use of rights, that's a good one. मतलब इस पे कुछ build हो सकता है, it's not given directly. Environmental risk due to usage of rights, maybe carbon footprint. आजकल तो कुछ भी इसमें एक तड़का लगा दो ESG का, यू हैव वन क्वेश्चन ऑल प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर यू. राइड ऑपरेशन सिस्टम इज फॉल्टी, पूरा. हाँ, अभी हो गया, बहुत हो गया, अभी आराम से. पुअर मेंटेनेंस, हाँ ये सब है, बट दैट इज एन ऑपरेशनल, दैट इज अ गुड पॉइंट एक्चुअली. ऑपरेशनल रिस्क, delayed maintenance of rights or inspection not happening as per decided frequency. ठीक है. Depreciation of rights, but that is not a risk now, that is something which will anyway happen. Why will people, I'm only talking about rights का functioning. What you are saying, people losing their jobs and not having disposable income, that is on a different, वो अलग tangent पे है, वो risk है, but वो right related risk नहीं है. Your point is fair. Depreciation is not a risk. Depreciation is a fact of life. ठीक है. Then social risk through pressure groups. What can pressure groups say? Right बंद करो. आजकल तो कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, by the way, pressure groups. That's a separate discussion altogether. Ride operators not trained is good. Water slides using excessive water. Yes, this is a very good point. Huh? water slides using excess water wastage. That's a brilliant point actually. Health and ambulance should be ready. Okay. Unskilled ride operators. Okay, that's an operational risk. Can be included here. That's a fair point. Rides being offline due to heavy rains. अब अपने को पता नहीं है ना ये कंट्री में रेन है कि नहीं. So we cannot jump to that conclusion. Technical failure, yes. Again, operational risk. Or it's like SBI. Link down है sir. ठीक है. चलो आपके माइंड्स एक्टिव हो गए थोड़े से. Yeah, what Garv is saying is also right. Seasonal workers need to be recruited. See, abhi, based on the conditions that we have, uh, okay, this one is actually interesting, but it's taking things a little too far. Dark rides could cause psychological issues if someone startles like a heart attack. Yes, it can happen. I get startled very easily. मुझे मरवा मत देना बस. Ride system hacked. उसमें मतलब क्या कैसे करेगा hack कोई? Change in taste and preferences, yes, this is something we can include. I want to hear more about ride system hacked. My God, we are now going all as a psychological with this one. Huh? So, risk of, you know, untoward health related incidents while on rides. ठीक है? No, but this is good. See, these are all points that can be helpful, na? नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. Offering the same rights, so no repeated customers. People who are adrenaline junkies, they would want to go back to the same place again and again, na? So roller coasters might derail, causing the death of. Okay, that is a possibility. Weather conditions पे आते हैं. We'll come to weather conditions in a minute. ठीक है. So what power outage? मुझे लगता है एग्जिबिट हम ही बना के दे देंगे ACCA को विथ ऑल द क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग बट गुड. What? अच्छा, I don't know who is angry ASMR, but that's a very good point. Imagine a ride halfway through ऊपर अटक गया तो spells bigger problems for the people who are stuck. Okay. अब थोड़ा वापस आते हैं कंटेंट पे. ठीक है. Good. Keep this momentum on till the end of the session. Okay. ये वेदर वाला पॉइंट आपने कैसे पिकअप किया? See, because I am only I know what is contained in the pre-scene, but I'm only going with what we have read so far. ठीक है. And this is so the reason I'm asking this is ना exam में I don't want you to make the mistake of over assuming things. I know it's in pre-scene. I'm just saying कि do one thing at a time. Don't step ahead too much. Because मैंने देखा है पूरा प्री सीन. कल रात को मैं वही कर रहा था कि spending time putting all of the models and analysis together. इस बार तो the pre-scene document is 100 pages, but मैंने सुंदर formatting भी किया है तो it's primarily because of that. Today ना if at the end we have time I'll show you how the earlier material used to be, but this is of course a lot of improvement over that. ठीक है. More exciting flat rides, then drop ride incorporates a central tower. send vehicles into dark indoor movements. Water slide uses vehicles such as boats and wooden logs. ठीक है. Playgrounds are normally areas designed for children to play outdoor. Fair enough. I think I'll be safest in the playground. Okay. Now, industry challenges. Theme park operators are subject to global economic conditions, including the resulting impact on spending by consumers. Slow economic growth or recession can decrease customer spending or confidence, which will impact negatively on theme park visitor numbers and revenues. I think even before reading this paragraph, we had kind of surmised this. As theme parks are attracting increasing number of visitors each year, attracted by more thrilling and exciting rides and experiences, this puts additional pressure on theme park operators to ensure the highest standards of health and safety. You guys highlighted so many health and safety concerns. This includes not only the prevention of accidents and injuries due to faulty rides, but also food hygiene breaches and accidents and injuries caused by, for example, faulty barriers or poorly maintained pathways. Theme parks incur significant cost in maintaining and managing the rides, food outlets, and general premises to ensure health and safety of visitors and staff. The latest Deeland industry statistics indicate that the chances of significant injury occurring on a theme park ride is very low. So that is the industry statistics saying, but of course, we cannot rule out that challenge. Sustainability has become a key challenge for theme parks. Consumers are increasingly aware of sustainability issues, often making choices based on their sustainability and environmental priorities. Young adults under the age of 30 are increasingly prioritizing their purchasing choices on sustainability and environmental issues. In a recent Deeland travel and tourism industry report, 53% of visitors prioritize sustainable choices when making decisions on which attractions to visit. This is putting pressure on Deeland theme park operators to identify and implement ways in which they can operate more sustainably, many of which could potentially require significant investment, such as solar panel and waste recycling system. Now, this is in many ways, let's say it's a representation of what is happening in the world around us, to be honest. Because if we are talking about sustainability, we are living in the world of cancel culture. So if consumers are becoming more and more aware or woke, as you guys call it, then they might not prefer going to theme parks or avenues, which are probably which have a large carbon footprint, or where there are multiple challenges on that front, so they might not prefer visiting those. Now, if you want to counter that, you might have to set up solar panels, or wind turbines, for example, because that way you can show that you are not using the non renewable sources of energy, and energy ka jo consumption hai, that is basically coming from solar energy and all of these sources. Then a waste recycling system. You can't be talking like the chief minister of Delhi and saying na ki I'll stand on the mountain of that kuda and say ki yahan se niklo and all of that. I hope we are all, as in these are all educated people who are not making such comments, by the way. So waste recycling will basically require a huge capital expenditure. So I think in general, uh, there has to be an upgradation here. Challenges. What can we write in challenges? I think one aspect could be capex for installation of solar panels. This is alternative energy source. Then waste processing, heavy capital expenditure plus operating expenditure. On a daily basis, you will have to recruit staff for all of that. So that will also incur a significant cost for any theme park for that matter. Then, see, in order to, just to give you an example, If you decide कि यार I'll eat organic food which is not produced using chemical fertilizers, तो organic जो भी सब्जियां आती है they are twice the cost of the regular ones, right? So there will have to be some, there will be an excess spending on your other day to day activities also, है ना? So that is also one of the challenges that you are facing in terms of heavy invest, in terms of heavy outflow. Then water consumption, expenditure on sustainable spending, और on sustainable activity or sustainability related activities बोल सकते हैं, on sustainability related activities, we don't know, it can take any form by the way, है ना? Then what else? Now let's come back to the pre-scene. यहाँ पे you have your weather वाला point. Despite enjoying a warm and sunny climate for several months, Deeland also experiences periods of heavy rain. Therefore, due to adverse weather conditions, there are occasions when the theme park rides must be closed for safety reasons. This can impact adversely on visitor satisfaction. अब visitors will not, मतलब they know कि it is closed because of rains, but they will have a huge set of complaints basically कि we came and we had to go back empty handed because it was closed for safety concerns, right? If the consumers want to complain, they can, and they will complain about everything, right? So weather related, so there will be periods when you might not be able to generate revenue for say 1 month, 1 to maximum up to 3 months, ठीक है? Bad weather, rides closed, no revenue, customers unhappy. सो कस्टमर्स को मूड ऑफ करने के लिए तो कुछ भी चलेगा, सो ये भी एक फैक्टर डाल दो उसमें, राइट? देन अच्छा, वेर सी देयर वाज दिस वन लाइन दैट आई वुड वांट टू कम बैक टू, ठीक है? वेर वी वर डिस्कसिंग, हाँ, the latest Deeland industry statistics indicate that the chance of significant injury occurring on theme park ride is extremely low. So probability of the event happening is low. Okay, but if so, this is a statement about probability of the event occurring. This is not a statement about the quantum of impact. Ki how many people will, if at all an incident happens, let's say there is a 0.1% chance, but आपका नसीब खराब है, so you get impacted, that accident or whatever happens, and the people who are basically riding, there are deaths or there are injuries, so that could be huge cash outflows for the entity, right? So उस एंगल से आपको इवैल्यूएट करना पड़ेगा, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. Now let's talk about these developments. Digital and mobile technologies. Some theme parks have successfully used digital technologies to enhance their offerings, such as designing mobile applications to provide visitors with real-time updates on ride queue times and live weather reports, and which also allow visitors to pre-book restaurant facilities and review menus. In addition, mobile apps have been designed to enable visitors to use their mobile phones to access their on-site hotel forms. Wearable digital technology such as RFID wristbands, which can be obtained by visitors on entry to the park, are being used to monitor guest movements on site, to assist in managing and monitoring visitor traffic, and to manage queues by sending live information to visitors about waiting time for specific rides. The data collected from the use of mobile apps and RFID wristbands can allow theme park operators to provide personalized offers to visitors, helping to improve customer satisfaction. So that RFID, what? So it's like, one of those wristbands that you wear. You put it on your hand when you enter. So it basically gives the theme park, so theme park staff hai, they get to know where exactly are you moving, किस ride में ज़्यादा traffic है, where, Things like a stampede can also happen. India hota to wo bhi ho jayega. So how do you monitor movement of people? How do you regulate the movement? How do you basically, you can prevent incidents like this from happening. Okay. And you can also provide personalized offers to visitors. ठीक है. Then theme park holiday resorts. See, when you give personalized offers based on their browsing choices, based on their places that they are visiting, you can do more targeted marketing, and thereby you can generate more revenue for the theme park. Theme parks around the world are extending their facilities beyond providing rides and attractions to also offering holiday accommodation in the form of on site hotels. As such, theme parks are becoming holiday destinations in themselves. International tourism and increased consumer spending on entertainment and leisure activities has driven theme park operators to exploit the opportunity to encourage visitors to visit their theme parks for longer than one day. So, this add-on that you have, in terms of resorts which have, swimming pools and gym and spa and all of that. So it's like parallel economies running with each other, right? The theme park will be on that entertainment front, and pura hotel experience also they are getting. So you are basically killing two birds with one stone, or rather multiple birds with one stone here. You are not leaving out on any opportunity to to milk the cow for as much as it is worth. And then there are some advancements in technology, like virtual reality and augmented reality. They are increasingly used within theme park rides and attractions. These technologies provide visitors with new and immersive experiences, such as riders using a VR headset to ride on a traditional roller coaster ride, but experience an entirely different world. This combination of physically being on a roller coaster yet seeing an entirely different world through the VR headset offers riders a novel and exciting experience. AR takes this a step further, whereby visitors can actually engage with virtual objects, characters, and effects, which blend seamlessly with the physical ride, allowing visitors to play an active part in the theme park experience. Now, basically, it's like you are sitting on a ride. ठीक है. This is, by the way, industry level information. अभी तक ये नहीं पता कि, as you correctly pointed out, we right now we don't know because we have not read till that point. This information is about what is happening in the industry of that country in general. ठीक है. So we'll have to see whether our client is actually providing any of these experiences or not. So, if we were to talk of advancement in technology, you are on a roller coaster ride, but you might feel that you are riding a dragon for all I care. I don't know. Could be, some of those type of experiences which adrenaline junkies would want to pay for. Okay. Now, this is how the situation is right now. So, that very clearly, the industry is innovating and evolving. Now there are certain industry key performance indicators. Okay, revenue per visitor. I think that's a very fair way of evaluating whether you are generating sufficient revenue or not. Total revenue divided by number of visitors. Visitor numbers always a key metric to know whether your popularity is growing, popularity is declining. So it is only the visitor numbers that will tell you. Then annual visitor attendance growth rate, year on year increase in visitor numbers. So as compared to last year, how much is the growth in this year? That will help you to know which direction you are moving in. Then the safety incident rate, total number of incidents divided by total by the number of visitors. This is a scary statistic, by the way. So the lower the better. And net promoter score, which by the way everybody uses, edtech industry also uses. So everybody, my ex-employer, my current employer, everybody tries to get this net promoter score. The primary idea in net promoter score is that there, as a student, would you recommend this coaching institute to someone else? Similarly, as a visitor, would you recommend this particular theme park to your friends and other people? ठीक है. A measure of the likelihood that a visitor would recommend the theme park to a colleague, family, or a friend. So उसमें they ask a certain number of questions, and Based on that, they will be able to understand what is there a chance that you would recommend it to someone. ठीक है. They are talking about safety incident rate, मतलब accidents, total number of accidents that take place in a year divided by the total number of visitors in the year. That is the safety incident rate, and the lower that is, the better it would be. ठीक है. Now, have a look at the industry body. Amusement and theme park operating standards in Deeland are set by the Organization for Amusement Park Operators. It sets and monitors all standards on design and manufacture, testing, operation, maintenance. So it is their regulatory body which makes sure that safety of the customers is at the highest priority. Standards on design and manufacture, how to maintain the equipment, regular inspection, quality checks, reviews and revises those standards frequently to keep up with technologies. So the industry body is also, see, naturally safety standards that were there a couple of years ago, naturally they wouldn't remain the same. There would be evolution here as well, and is responsible for issuing operating licenses to amusement and theme parks in Dealand, which are reviewed and reissued each year. I think we spoke about this risk at the very beginning. Because you are operating in an industry which is literally playing with the lives of people, you will need approval and licenses and permits in place to operate. Every year the licenses are renewed. So I think, Harsha, to come back to your point, yes, going concern issue could very well be a major challenge for this industry. I'm not saying that it will be a challenge for just this company, but it's an industry level problem. ठीक है. And I think you will feel vindicated, Harsha. Operating license is reissued annually and is conditional on passing rigorous inspection. That means the entire enterprise value of Hasper World is renewed once a year by an external body over which the family has no control. There is no revenue at all without the license. And risk section का जो अपना discussion है उसमें this is going to be one of the biggest risk. कि अगर लाइसेंस रिन्यू नहीं हुआ तो ताला लगेगा. सो दैट्स द इंडस्ट्री. ठीक है. दैट कुड बी अ बैरियर टू एंट्री ऑल्सो. फेयर पॉइंट. What do you mean by HW uses it? HW doesn't get the choice to decide now who will come and inspect. Inspection, when it happens through any statutory or regulatory body, you don't get the freedom, basically, so to say, to understand कि कौन आके आपका पार्क चेक करेगा. So if you fall under the purview of that particular regulatory body, then they will come and they will verify, है ना. So I let you read this entire information once. ठीक है. I'm sitting here only, not going anywhere. I let you read the whole information once, go through the charts, go through the diagrams, and then we'll deep dive into the company. ठीक है. Let me know when you want me to scroll. ठीक है, चलो, let's scroll further. Let's understand the Deeland market. ठीक है, I'll scroll, have a look at the market share in revenue. ठीक है, now growth drivers in the industry, competition from outside the industry. Porter's five forces में this will definitely find a place. देख लो, take your time. Could be, हो सकता है, that may be asked. Yes, that's true. That's a valid observation. Chalo, I'll scroll, have a look at who visits wala graph. 51% of your population will make sustainability based choices. So I think they have, it is leading me to Mendelow's matrix, par and interest wala graph. है ना? So these people want more sustainable choices, so we'll have to consider those. ठीक है, चलो. This is the revenue mix. You have seen that. Just have a look at how the revenue mix has moved. This is the percentage contribution to that year's revenue. Huh? This doesn't mean that revenue has fallen down from 66 to 64%. Please be aware of that. ठीक है? Now, take a line chart. Same information but on a line chart for your reference. Now, industry challenges. ठीक है? Just be back in a moment. आप ये पढ़ो. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, the problem that you are pointing out, that could be there in terms of other people gaining your market share, वो हो सकता है. Let's evaluate. ठीक है. सस्टेनेबिलिटी वाला पॉइंट देख लो प्लीज. ठीक है. So we'll dive into VR and AR later, because I have gone through the whole material. I have put in some point here. फिर when we go to company information, इसको हम थोड़ा और properly develop करेंगे. ठीक है. It's 29 plus 22. That should make it 51. है ना. ये 51 चाहिए. Should be 51. Drafting में good that you pointed out the error. I'll make the change. No problem. ठीक है. Industry KPI and industry body. Now let's go to company information. ठीक है. Company was established in Deeland 50 years ago by brothers Henrik and Arthur Glen. They were farmers in northern region, made use of some of their farmland to set up a small theme park to educate local children about country's vibrant history and legends based on the stories of Hasper, a mythical giant which is legendary in Deeland. Henrik and Arthur had a strong vision for the future of the business, recognizing that the people of Deeland were increasingly wanting to spend their growing disposable income on family leisure time and having fun. It was the first theme amusement park operating in Deeland. So ki what is the theme here? It's about uh, it's like a mythological creature जिसके बारे में then they have built the whole thing around it. The family initially invested in a range of playground equipment and several flat rides to encourage visitors in the local area to spend time outdoors having fun while learning about the history. Over the years, the business has invested in many rides and attractions. Okay, this is the estate right now. You have एक second. I'll have to calm him down. एक second. He is, I don't know, उसको बीच बीच में होता है. Scooby is tired of this pre-scene. This is the fourth pre-scene that, no, third pre-scene that he is attending ना. तो हो जाएगा बोर बीच बीच में. या चलो इधर आओ. उसको कोई काम नहीं है. वो दिन भर टाइम पास करेगा. हमें तो काम है. Okay, so 11 roller coasters, 10 flat rides, 2 dark rides, 2 water slides, 1 drop ride, many playgrounds. ठीक है. There are various themed areas within the park such as Hasper's Magical Fountain, Forbidden Forest, and the Raging Rapids. सो दे आर जस्ट नाउ गोइंग इन डेप्थ कि यार उधर क्या क्या है. ठीक है. Unlike its two big rivals, HW does not have an on-site hotel or accommodation. Do you think this could be a reason why? Yeah, his third. अरे एंड में ना मैं उसको लेके आऊंगा क्लास में, अभी आप यहाँ पे ध्यान दो. और वो कम से कम 4-5 बार ही विल बार्क, आई एम श्योर. Because my neighbors for some reason they only talk outside their door and they create a ruckus, so every time that happens he will go and bark. तो वो होगा आज और 4-5 बार होगा आपके क्लास में, डोंट वरी. ओके. सो यहाँ पे द फैमिली. ओके, वेयर वर वी? यस. HW does not have an on-site hotel or accommodation for its visitors. Do you think this could be a reason why the entity becomes less attractive to this theme park becomes less attractive to those people who want to kind of go for a weekend getaway and 2-3 दिन रह के they want to enjoy the rides also, and they can enjoy the rides also, they can enjoy the hotel stay also. So for them I think it could be one reason ki it has. See, we don't know exactly kitna impact hai, but this could definitely be one of the reasons. ठीक है. Then the Glen family sees Hasper World as a differentiator in the Deeland theme market in offering its investors both an entertainment and educational experience. It is the only privately owned family run theme park operating in Deeland. I don't know, a family operating a theme park seems like mafia to me for some reason. So, and competitors have hotel capacity. They have hotels and accommodation and stay. International customers prefer that. So there is a possibility that they will not prefer this theme park, but they will prefer other the two bigger rivals because they have that. Okay. Position is third in the industry, in the sector. Share is 16%. Area is 2 square kilometer, carrying 26 named rides plus playgrounds. And age, this theme park is more than 50 years old. It has been established on the family farmland. Although HW benefits from the warm and dry climate for several months, heavy rains ka baat ho gaya hai, we have already seen that. As a result, HW closes its largest roller coasters, water slides, and drop rides during these months for safety reasons. So, pura revenue is not shutting down, but yes, it has an impact and the safe operation of braking systems. Now, imagine the park reopens and those braking systems are not repaired. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the one sitting on that, right? During this period, HW takes the opportunity. We will come back to that point. Now, hold on to that for a moment. We'll come back to Harshil's point. HW takes the opportunity to undertake thorough maintenance of these rides before the start of its main season, which runs from March to October. Okay. However, the smaller roller coasters, flat rides, and dark rides continue to operate. They must be covered and inside the premises, not in the open air. So that's fine. And playgrounds also remain open. So pura band nahi ho raha hai. Your main season is March to October. This is, and some rides like largest roller coasters, water slides and drop rides Jan Feb में बंद है, November December में बंद है. Smaller rides, flat rides, they are open throughout the period. Now there is one more thing, that HW holds largest and tallest ride which attracts adrenaline junkies, and shutting it down for 4 months would affect the footfall. Yes, that's a pertinent point, because people who would come for these adrenaline junkies, as you said, if they are coming for the tallest rides or the largest rides, तो वो सिर्फ राइड पे बैठ के नहीं जा रहे ना, दे आर गोइंग टू द फूड कोर्ट, दे आर ईटिंग देयर, स्टेइंग देयर, नॉट स्टेइंग देयर, इनके केस में स्टेइंग देयर नहीं होगा, they are eating there and all of that, so that revenue also is getting lost. ठीक है. Why will seasonal employees create a ruckus? I really want to know this. If you're talking about dying, then it's a different problem. See, seasonal employees will create a ruckus. Matlab, are you saying कि because they don't have work for 3-4 months, वो because of that reason? Could be, you could say that. But see, they will not create a ruckus, because when seasonal employees are hired, usually they are, it's not as if they were hired for full time and then they are later on told कि नहीं अब तुम्हें 4 महीने पैसा भी नहीं मिलेगा, right? So that is not how it's going to be. So that might not necessarily happen. ठीक है. HW closes its largest roller coasters, not all 11. Okay. It does not say how many count as largest. This is one of the deliberate information gaps, I would say. And it matters because the size of the winter capacity loss determines how much off peak revenue is theoretically recoverable through the covered all weather attraction the park does not currently have. Okay. Now, ये point मतलब if you remember, when we look at the requirement हम एक एक word का meaning देखते हैं, right? So we look at individual words and verbs and then decide ki what is the meaning of this. In this situation, they mentioned that the largest rides are closed. ठीक है. They did not say that all the roller coasters are closed. So I had to read it a couple of times to kind of pick up this piece of information. Now, whether it will actually have an impact on the exam, we can't say right now. Exhibit में शायद इसके related कुछ भी ना है, but at least we are training our mind कि when we read the information, we pick out what is most important to us. ठीक है. See, it's a problem that is there, as you correctly pointed out. It's an industry-wide problem, and of course, not necessarily specific to HW, but of course, HW will also have that particular issue. ठीक है. If the largest rides are closed, then there will be a revenue loss. Will it be recovered through some other mode? We'll have to, maybe, there could be some information with respect to that. Then tickets and pricing. At the entrance to the HW theme park, visitors are required to pay an admission fee. Children under 5 years of age can enter the theme park for free, accompanied by an admission fee paying adult. आप सब लोग तो चलो 18+ हो. ऑल दो टिकट्स कैन बी परचेज. इधर कोई लेस देन 18 है क्या? माइनर है कोई 12th स्टैंडर्ड में SBL लिखने वाला? नहीं ना? I have had students who have done that, which is why I asked. Tickets can be purchased on the day at the park entrance. Most visitors enter the park on pre-booked tickets, which can be paid for in advance on the website or app, printed off or downloaded onto a smartphone, and naturally, they are scanned and you enter. I don't remember the last time I took a printout for anything. Okay? So season issue could be used to write commercial acumen. Yes. Analysis and evaluation may be how do you look into the data, the balancing of the recoverability, fairly on point. Okay. Now, tickets can be purchased on the day at the park entrance. Maybe the reason why visitors are not doing it could be because the visitors feel ki maybe capacity is full, or maybe we'll have to stand in a queue to get into the theme park, so they prefer booking it online. I would do that. I hate to stand in lines anymore. The discount and incentive का जो structure है, discounted prices to to visitors who book online. Family ticket है, group ticket है, special offer for school and other young people club है, monthly and annual season ticket है to incentivize repeat visits. Now, full marks to the person who identified commercial acumen. 3 commercial consequences of this pricing model. Because all rides are free once inside, HW cannot price discriminate by ride. Every visitor pays the same for access to the tallest coaster in Deeland and to a swing set. There is no queue jump, fast track, or premium experience revenue line anywhere in the pre-scene. है ना? So what we are trying to say is कि एक ही आपका 1,000 rupees you pay, for example, उसके बाद you sit on any ride or you don't sit on any ride, or you sit on the same ride 10 times in a day. It makes no difference. Same money will be there. Same money has to be paid by everyone. HW owns and operates every food and retail outlet. All secondary spend margin is captured in-house, but so is all the operating cost. All the food hygiene risk and all the catering staff burden is there on HP only. ठीक है. And rivals who franchise or concession those outlets carry less of both. The food hygiene risk can be shifted to an operator. ठीक है. Because अगर आपने किसी और को आउटसोर्स कर दिया है तो it is his headache now, not something for you to worry about. But because HW is doing it in house, HW has to worry for it. I think I said HP, मेरे दिमाग में अभी भी कल वाला प्री सीन है, right? Now, uh, the risk and revenue both are high in case of this this specific amusement, this specific theme park, because HW owns and operates every food and retail outlet. So profit आया तो भी HW के पास, if there is a health and safety regulation risk, that is also for HW to handle. And under 5 entry is fee, and 40% of industry's visitors are families with children under 12. HW's largest customer segment is therefore also the segment where a material portion of the group walks in without paying admission, है ना? Kids are entering without paying a penny. Now, this kind of, reminds me of, I don't know how many Mumbai people are attending the session, uh, but मुंबई लोकल में वंस यू टेक अ पास, वो दिल्ली मेट्रो जैसा नहीं है कि एवरी टाइम यू हैव टू स्वाइप व्हेन यू एंटर, राइट? सो एवरी टाइम यू टेक अ मेट्रो जर्नी यू हैव टू पे 30 40 60 वॉट एवर रुपीज. मुंबई में एक बार 755 रुपीज का पास बना लिया, देन यू गो फ्रॉम बोरीवली टू चर्च गेट थ्रू आउट द डे. आप वो लोकल ट्रेन में घर बसा लो, नो बडी कैन से एनीथिंग. सो it's like that. See, one of the risks associated with this is कि people enter, and let's say that 1,000 rupees का ticket होगा अगर for example, so that 1,000 rupees का charge has been calculated assuming कि you will sit on one tall roller coaster and one dark ride or something and you will do XYZ. तो 3 activities के हिसाब से it has been planned. ठीक है? Now if that is the situation and somebody ends up going there and sitting on 9 rides in a day, then it will be over utilization of the ticket amount. In the sense, usse aapne collect kiya 1,000, but the services that you provided to this person, those were maybe worth, say, 9 different rides. So 9 different rides ka operating cost is allocated to that person, but he has basically paid for only 3 rides, so to say. Matlab, that could be the basis of pricing depending on certain पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस. सो वो देखना पड़ेगा आपने को इन द एग्जिबिट. ठीक है? सो दीज वर माई दिस वॉज माई टेक अवे फ्रॉम द प्री सीन मटीरियल. अब इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि यही आएगा, आई एम रिपीटिंग दैट, इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि यही आएगा पेपर में, बट सिमिलर टू दिस समथिंग कैन कम. ठीक है? दे कैन लाई, बट 10 साल का बच्चा तो हाँ, बट 5 6 7 ईयर्स के बच्चे को 5 साल का करके आप लेके जा सकते हो. दैट इज क्वाइट पॉसिबल. 2 or 3 more live sessions I can, but do we have that much time before the paper now? है ना challenge? But see, I have one more live session planned for this week, I think Friday या कभी तो है, where I'll be doing the pre-September mock. ठीक है? And I don't know who is GVPD, but if you have any specific requirements that you want me to help you with, let me know in the chat box, and I'll try my best to make sure that I can help you the best way possible for your SBL paper. Not just for this participant, but if there are others who are not a part of my current batches, or even if you are a part of my current batches, whatever it is, 2 हफ्ते हैं, whatever you need to clear SBL, let me know. Let me know in the chat box. I will do it on YouTube for everyone's access. ठीक है? 1 month बिफोर से क्या इतना थोड़ी एनालाइज करेगा कोई? क्या इतना एनालिसिस थोड़ी करना है किसी को? इट्स ओके. वेट, 1 मिनट. हाँ, बैच 1 का लिंक आई एम सेंडिंग. हाँ, 1 सेकंड रुको. Guys, just a request. If anybody is sending the link, it has to be batch 1 का link, not batch 2 का link. That's a fair point. Minimum height, I I think I'm quite impressed with that. Chalo. A session where I am writing the exam on the ACC dashboard. Okay, let me see if I can make it happen. You know what, I keep on telling you guys, practice practice. I find that वो जो है आपका platform, I find it so irritating. It's extremely irritating for me to use that platform. The छोटा सा space, because my time ACCA was like a paper pencil exam, तो ये सब होता ही नहीं था. Mock, the pre-scene mock is for everyone. Okay, pre-scene mock will be for everyone, don't worry. आप बस whatever you need to clear the paper, let me know, I'll help you. ठीक है. यस, थियोरी रिकैप वो भी प्लान्ड है अपना, इस वीकेंड पे ही प्लान्ड है, वेयर आई विल बी डूइंग ऑल द मॉडल्स, डोंट वरी, है वो. आज भी थियोरी रिकैप होगा वैसे आपका. Now, ownership, board, people, systems, and disclosed risk. HW is 100% family owned. Hendrik and Arthur, who are now both over 80, retired over 10 years ago from day to day board management. Arthur still acts as the chair of the board. Both founders each retain 10% of the share capital. ऐसे तो the chairperson should be independent, हाँ, by the way, but this is like a family business, तो चलो ठीक है, it's not like a public, मतलब public interest entity नहीं है, so to say. ठीक है. Both founders each retain 20%. Founders share is 20%, 10 plus 10, 20. Then executive board members, sons and daughters of founders, and non-business active Glen family shareholders. तो इसकी wife, उसका husband, whatever number of sisters, brothers, everything they have added. ठीक है. So people who don't play an active role in the business, they have been referred to in the pre-scene as non-business active shareholders. तो ये ऐसा नहीं है कि oh this is a term. Claude is there for what? What is Claude there for? Acha, who is Star? I want to know your real name because I know you. I want to know your real name. बता दो. No, पहले you tell me the name, then I'll proceed. Who is Star? Okay, पता नहीं, why are you not telling your name? I'm sure you are an old student. And what is Claude there for? Claude is there for formatting. I love Claude for formatting. And I am making this. You'll text me in WhatsApp. Please text me so that I know who's there. Anyway. Chalo. Now, Claude is Claude Glen. सब मुझे क्या लगेगा, मेरा दिमाग तो पहले मेरा करंट फॉर्मेटिंग एक्सपर्ट, fraud नहीं, Claude helps me a lot in formatting, so I'm a big fan. Okay, now the identity will be revealed. Oh, okay, I got to know who's that. Chalo, let's come back. My curiosity would have killed me कि कौन है करके. Now, next thing somebody would have said chat GPT is also there. I'll show you one interesting chat GPT ka hack, huh? Which is something that I found out very, very recently. Arthur's son, Claude Glen, is the managing director. Hashtag nepotism, right? A position that he has held since his father's retirement. Prior to this, he has worked for HW for 30 years in a wide range of roles. मतलब ये भी कोई young नहीं है, बुढ़ा ही है. Including as a ride operator, customer service manager, and marketing and commercial director. So he has worked from the grounds up. All the current board positions are filled by the sons and daughters of the two founders. Once a year, HW board holds a family shareholder meeting called the family council. घर के ड्राइंग रूम में होता होगा, है ना? At which performance and strategic matters are discussed. The family council is attended by both business active and NBA shareholders. HW's board positions have only ever been held by Glen family members, which has been successful to date, as the family has a strong commitment to HW. However, at the last family council meeting, some of the NBA shareholders expressed concerns at the slowing performance and the potential need to bring in fresh ideas. आई डोंट नो, दिस फील्स लाइक अभी फैमिली कलेश होने वाला है यहाँ पे, बिग टाइम। ठीक है, राइट नाउ देर इज some of the NBA shareholders expressed concerns at the slowing performance of HW and the potential need to bring in fresh ideas. This is, see, there is people inside the company have also realized that the share, that somewhere the performance is getting impacted. ठीक है, now if they ask you about governance structure, succession strategy, and overall business ka strategy also, we are going to link it back to this point, because people inside the company who are shareholders in the company and who also happen to be family members, they are now expressing concerns about how is the company ka whole performance shaping up. ठीक है, so we'll be coming back to this point. All of these points that I have put in boxes, I've put them here for a reason, because बाद में उसका connection होने वाला है। ठीक है, बोर्ड स्ट्रक्चर, शेयर इज आर्थर ग्लेन, 80 इयर्स का है, पता नहीं हाउ मेनी इयर्स आर लेफ्ट, है ना? ठीक है, नाउ मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर क्लॉड, son of Arthur, 30 plus years with HW. Finance, somebody in the, everybody is people in the Glen family only, है ना? तो आई थिंक दिस इज एकदम नेपोटिज्म अल्ट्रा प्रो मैक्स चल रहा है यहाँ पे। HW has 100 full-time staff across a range of departments. ठीक है, a critical aspect of safe functioning of the parks control center, managing daily safety operation of the park activities. So monitoring and managing the functioning of hardware and software of each ride, CCTV cameras, whether they are working or not, communicating with ride supervisors, ride operators, keeping them informed and updated, and safety and security incident ka reporting, also weather related reporting, which could have an impact. 100 full-time workers है, 300 seasonal workers है, employed during the busiest period March to October. Seasonal staff work on a short contract and most are contracted to work between 4 and 8 months. Hotel industry maybe this is a common feature. Housekeeping and all of those activities. Most are employed as ride operators, ride assistants, customer service assistants, security guards, and catering assistants. So you see, they are not in decision-making roles, but yes, some of their roles could have health and safety related implications. Okay, ride operator. So if a person is employed for 8 months, you will have to make sure that he is updated in terms of the process that needs to be followed for running the ride. What are some of the checks that you need to do before you start a ride? So that training and all will be essential. Then 80% of the workers are between 18 and 25. They are students. Seasonal workers में they are students or people looking for more flexible work opportunities. ठीक है, so part-time jobs or working to manage your studies and all of that. Training is provided to all seasonal workers prior to commencement of employment. This is normally a 1 or 2 day session dependent on the role, which also includes an induction session to familiarize seasonal staff with background and history of HW and the family values upon which the business is based. This is such a waste of time, I am saying. ये सब बता के कुछ नहीं मिलता है, by the way. Why? Because see, right now they are there for, they are in a certain sense, they are gig workers, right? एक तो yeah, as Ansh correctly pointed out, बार you might bring in new people every time, for because you don't know na कि यार next year will the same people come as your seasonal workers. तो one day तो you are spending on doing induction and telling, oh this company is 100 years old or 50 years old, whatever you have to tell them. एक वो issue है. दूसरा challenge that I can see here is that, you know, one day training in terms of a matter as important as health and safety of the riders, I think that is not enough here, and you are exposing people to a greater risk. So that's, I think, one challenge. Then here in this case, see, right now the reason I did not focus so much on the NAD part is that NAD is basically, you know, when the company has a wider shareholder base, there are institutional investors, there are retail investors, and you know there are agency issues there, because the people running the company and the people whose money is basically used for running the company, they are not the same set of people, which is why non-executive directors have to be present there to basically act as the voice of reason. यहाँ पे, because it is all in the family, NEDs का, and company is not a public interest entity in that sense, NEDs will not have that big of a role in my opinion. Let's see if there is other information down the line which might make us rethink. ठीक है. Now, ride operators responsible for managing and operating the rides, ensuring riders have a safe and enjoyable experience, involves checking that riders are safely boarded, belt lagana, kuch, you know, anything else that they have to do. Then ride supervisors, they oversee the work of several ride operators and are normally experienced ride operators themselves, so one level above them. And then ride assistants support the ride operators in day-to-day management, like closing the door, you know, doing these basic checks and all of that. They assist the visitors to board and disembark safely and check that passenger safety equipment is correctly fastened before the ride continues. So that would be, you know, that is the kind of workers who are specifically working in this area. ठीक है. अब let's talk about IT systems. See, I have some more information to discuss. Website extracts है, and then there is the deep dive. हाँ. This is where we'll apply the entire 25 chapter में जो हमने देखा था ना, फर्स्ट चैप्टर कोटस फाइव फोर्सेस एंड एवरीथिंग से लेके लीडरशिप सारे जो आपको मॉडल से इतना प्यार है ना, वो सारे लगा देंगे, फिर your issue will be solved. But right now, just tell me, we still have a website summary to discuss. We have company related KPI, matlab financial and non-financial data to discuss, and all of this is there. So, you want me to discuss this or you want a break? I think you have been sitting since 12. You can take a break. आप break ले लो. See, th- this session will continue. ठीक है, यही सेशन में रहेंगे. Please join the same. ठीक है. Sure. Come back in 15 minutes. चलो, come back. Let's have an understanding of the IT systems. HW, computerized information system for all the operational functions. There's a website, there's a mobile app, both of which publicize the theme rides, attractions, and allow visitors to book entry tickets. HW also operates a range of social media sites which it uses to publicize the business and encourage feedback from its visitors about their experiences at HW. Okay. Now, what does the HW app do? The pre-scene describes the industry app as offering real-time queue times, ठीक है, live weather reports, restaurant pre-booking menu, men, so industry level में this is the app expectation or app delivery, menu review and hotel room access. It describes HW's app as doing two things: publicizing rides and attractions and booking entry tickets. The functional gap between these two descriptions is there. See, HW also has no mention of RFID wristbands, no mention of personalized offers, and there is no mention of any data analytics capability. ठीक है. That's the फर्स्ट पार्ट कि इंडस्ट्री लेवल पे क्या हो रहा है एंड व्हाट इज HW not able to deliver right now. See, remember one thing. My job here will be key to make sure that all of these gaps, all of these analysis points are identified and told to you. But सी व्हाट एग्जिबिट्स प्रेजेंट ना, वो आपको ही देखना पड़ेगा. आई विल ऑफ कोर्स इन माय प्री सीन मॉक देयर विल बी समथिंग रिलेटेड टू दैट, बट वैसे का वैसा नहीं होने वाला है. Now, the risk category: safety and security risk, innovation and customer satisfaction, competition, technological developments, and cyber security. By the way, in most of the pre-scene that we have analyzed, जो इसके पहले तक हमने देखा है, I think you must have observed one aspect कि there was some cases जहाँ पे there was no technological innovation, there was zero website, nothing. In this particular case, it has a website, it has an app, but it only publishes rights and it helps in booking of the entry tickets. बाकी का जो है live weather report, restaurant pre-booking, menu review, hotel, एक तो hotel room ही नहीं, तो that of course functionality cannot be there. ठीक है. I think we have read or we have discussed quite a bit on the safety and security front. Okay, there could be, so another issue could be inadequate infrastructure maintenance or management, sabotage or malicious attack on a ride or attraction, physical or cyber security attack may be done by competitors, may be done by hackers in general. And if that happens, the in general people would lose the confidence that they have in this company's rights. Then innovation and customer satisfaction: growth potential could be adversely impacted if visitors consider HW's attractions outdated, and there is so much pressure in the industry on constantly doing something innovative. Theme parks के department में, food के department में, and all of that. The competition is quite severe because not only do you have competition from theme parks, you have competition from other amusement parks, you have competition from the vacation resorts and museums and zoos and all of that. यहाँ पे technology है, but the moment there is technology downtime, sorry, that app downtime, website downtime is a risk. ठीक है. Failure to keep up to date with technological developments, that is a problem. There could be cyber security issues, personal data might get leaked, there could be cyber attacks, and see, because these systems are run through machines in many ways, or they are driven through instructions or commands given through computerized systems. That issue could amplify the matters even more. Now, climate change and environmental responsibility. Climate change is impacting on weather systems, which could ultimately impact on the continuity of operations. Failure to conserve the planet's natural resources could impact adversely on meeting the expectations of visitors and the wider community in which HW operates. So, एक तो climate change in general is a problem. which could have an impact on continuity of operations. आपके जो rain के months है, those might change, or you might have rainfall at a time when you don't expect rainfall. That will have an impact on the ride opening and closing, है ना? And because your major chunk of the population, 51% of the population, is in that age group which really cares about these environmental impacts, I think you will have to be careful on that front also. Um, I think Harshil had pointed out, where he mentioned about the fact that right now there is no plan of succession. ठीक है, a chairperson over 80, a board of one family, and no named successors. There will be a succession battle. There is a possibility that there will be a fight when the patriarch of the family dies, and that could create, like, delay in operations. Business band ho sakta hai for a short period of time. All of those issues are there. Then governance and shareholder is 30% of equity is now publicly dissatisfied. So some of your shareholders who don't participate in the business, they are upset. Not I wouldn't say upset, but they have pointed out that the performance of the company is downgrading. Then there is financial and liquidity risk, regulatory and license risk, which we saw up there. That was probably the biggest issue. The seasonal staff who are in the age group of 18 to 25, you are putting them at a job, you are deploying them on a job with 1 to 2 days of training, not enough. Okay, we'll build on the risk register, don't worry. Okay, what does the website say? To entertain mission है, the reason for your existence. Entertain, educate, excite, and bring joy to the people of and visitors to Deeland. क्या मतलब fake nonsense. Yeah, that there is no one on the technology front, as one would say. Then vision is where do you see yourself to be a world leader in inspiring people through entertainment and fun. That sounds a little vague to me, by the way. The vision, what are the values? The safety, security, and welfare of our visitors and staff, and aims to build these into everything it does. So, safety and security of visitors and staff, planet, minimizing the impact on the resources. So, maybe solar energy and all of that will come in handy. Then, local community, and work to maximize engagement and support a local community, giving them employment, engaging with them on a regular basis, and our visitors' entertainment needs. Okay. Now, there are certain performance charts that are given to you. ठीक है, ये performance charts are basically revenue है. Total revenue is in the ballpark of 110. It's just one moment. Huh? So your revenue over the time period under your consideration, 2001 to 2005, has gone up from 110 million to 150 million. The revenue per visitor, 46 to 55. Revenue, that is dollar per visitor. ठीक है, it has gone up from 46 to 55. I'll take you to the original pre-scene, and you can check that for yourself. See, this visitor numbers have gone up from 24.7 million, 2.47 million probably, to 22.71 or something on those lines. Then year on year attendance growth, HW, and industry average. HW का growth I can see is far below industry average, है ना? Then visitor numbers, market share percentage, that's declining, by the way. You are at 16%, you were at 18.2% apparently. It has declined. Net promoter score, you are at par with industry. थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे है, but more or less you are at par with the industry. ठीक है? Now let me just take you back to this one quickly. Revenue per visitor, total revenue, visitor numbers, visitor number market share has declined, year on year visitor growth, and net promoter score. ठीक है. Now we are going to apply every single model from our syllabus that could have been applied. ठीक है. So we'll first of all analyze the company data, quantitative data. Then we look at mission, vision, values, objectives, pestle, porter's five forces, porter's diamond, scenario planning, then strategic capabilities and VRIO, value chain and value network, strategic drift, SWOT and TOES, competitive strategy and pricing, ANSOF, growth methods, BCG, then strategy evaluation, CSFs देखेंगे, KPIs देखेंगे, balanced scorecard, Baldrige performance model, corporate governance, leadership approaches. We analyze the board of directors. Then on the sustainability front, internal control and COSO, audit and compliance, risk identification. Risk पे तो एक अलग सा ही पूरा discussion होगा. Risk management and mitigation, e-businesses, structure and processes, IT related marketing and e-marketing, e-business because separate chapters है, project management and managing strategic change. ठीक है, ये सब हम देखेंगे one by one. Okay, now so one thing that even I used to do earlier, when the pre-scene was very new, I would bring in my own numbers just for the sake of illustration. Now, honestly, that is something which should be avoided to the best extent possible, because anything that is basically an outcome of your fertile imagination has got no place in the discussion. Okay. By the way, the pre-scene contains no profit, no cost, no balance sheet information, no cash flow, and no capital structure. ठीक है. सो एक पूरा जो फाइनेंशियल एनालिसिस है वो यहाँ पे नहीं हो सकता. मे बी इट इज आस्क्ड इन द पेपर, वी डोंट नो. Revenue per visitor, it is an industry KPI and it has been calculated for HW. A band can be derived. ठीक है. Market share and share movement, yes, it has fallen down. In fact, it has become 16% for 2005. If you observe here, in terms of the financial parameters, it has fallen down the percentage of how much is your market share. I think that has number of visitors, by the way, who are visiting your entity, that has fallen down significantly. Revenue mix analysis, it is given for the industry, है ना. If you look at the beginning, we had that 1% chart wherein revenue was falling down. Revenue from hotels was going up from 3 to 12, and the membership revenue and access fees. So different categories. You don't have gross profit margin, you don't have ROCE, ROE, or in asset turnover. There is no gearing or interest cover given to you. The pre-scene doesn't say anything about whether HW has debt or not. Right now it is silent. That might be a critical factor in decision making later. We don't know. No liquidity ratios. There is no dividend policy. So that you are not aware of. ठीक है, अभी तो आपको नहीं बताया है. See, a significant omission given that 30% of the shares are held by shareholders who take no salary from the business. So the pre-scene mentions these people as shareholders who are not involved in the business activities. If they are not involved in business activities, they are not occupying any director or executive position. So their money is invested in the business, but they don't work for the company. So they don't get any salary. If they don't get any salary, then naturally, they would want something now for their investment in the company. So maybe information on dividend was useful. We don't know. Maybe the exhibits will tell you better. And right now it says that, see, there is no information on employee productivity. It says that headcount is given as regular employees ka over 100 and seasonal staff ka nearly 330. So that difference. Okay. Now, the Deeland theme park market had an estimated revenue of $1 billion in 20x5. This is given in the pre-scene. HW holds 16% of that market, reading nearly 1 billion as a range of, it could be एग्जैक्टली 1 बिलियन भी आप कर सकते हो. सी दिस इज वेयर SBL इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम AFM एंड SBR. यू कैन अज्यूम नंबर्स नियरली 1 बिलियन मतलब मे बी थोड़ा सा कम हो सकता है, लेस देन 1 बिलियन up to 1 billion. So 900 million से 1000 million तक, and that would give us a revenue of 16%. मतलब revenue of Deeland could be 144 million, that is 16% of this, or 160 million, 16% of this. इसके बीच में the revenue figure will be is most likely to be between these two figures. ठीक है. HW's own total revenue chart has an upper axis bound of 150 million. So a revenue of 160 million cannot be plotted on it. So see why, what am I trying to say here? Let's come to the pre-scene. यहाँ पे total revenue है, right? 20x5 का total revenue you see it's somewhere around 145 million के थोड़ा सा ऊपर, somewhere midway है ना, तो 147 million हो सकता है, but it cannot be 160 million. So just correlating the data points. Okay, ऐसा I'm not doing some great analysis that way. I'm just correlating कि 16% बोला of the market share, roughly 16%, nearly 1 billion. तो I'm just trying to make some sense out of that data. Okay. So we're just devising. We don't know how much of that is true. But working backwards, HW's revenue of 150 million implies market revenue of let's say nearly 1 billion. मतलब थोड़ा सा उसके नीचे 940 950 million तक हो सकता है. Deeland's market revenue was most likely in the range of 900 to 940 950 million, for example, and HW's revenue will be between 144 and 150 उस range में. And see, you know this from the chart also. ठीक है. Now doing revenue per visitor and visitor numbers. Total revenue you are saying could be either 144 million, highest could be 150 million. उससे ज़्यादा it's not possible. Visitor numbers. Let's go to the visitor numbers. वो कितना दिया है? Where is my pre-scene? Visitor numbers है. This could be, you know, let's say I don't know, 24.5. This could be a little above 27, है ना? And this is the highest number possible. इतना maximum कितना possible है? 28 million. Lowest कितना है? 23 million. So even if you work with upper and lower end, या फिर you work with, you know, these numbers कि 2001 में it was around here, 2005 में it was a little above 27 million. That can help you to get the revenue per customer. So 46 and $55 per customer. Now let's do a basic check. Okay, key. Let's look at the Deeland market overall. How does it appear? HW visitors in this range, ठीक है, divided by visitor share 16%. So Deeland market में कितने visitors है? You have, your entity could have around 2.3 million visitors as per the chart, for example, and your market share is 16%. This is not a dynamic number, ये static है. तो Deeland visitors में कितना होगा? Around 2.3 million divided by 16% is around 14.4 million to 17.5 million. Range बता रहे हैं. Exact number तो ऐसे भी सी, this is not an NPV question ना, तो exact number नहीं बताना है. Top 3 का share is 27 plus 22 plus 16, that is 65%. So you are saying if the total visitors are predicted at 14.4 million, maybe the top 3 theme parks are getting around 9.4 million visitors. See, we don't know whether this is going to be specifically used in any exhibit. It's just that, see, right now what we are doing is हम data देख रहे हैं. We are trying to just understand कि ये company कैसा है, what is happening in this company, who is doing what, who is contributing to what. This is you trying to understand the situation of the paper before the paper comes in front of you. So every statement that you read is basically helping you to reach that number. Here, how does this specific sector work? HW has no on-site hotel, as you pointed out, so its revenue has to come from tickets, food and beverages and merchandise. Okay. So industries mix with hotels removed gives the shape to HW's own mix. है ना. इंडस्ट्री में क्या है, 58%, 23%, 12% एंड 7%. सो एंड इंडस्ट्री 20x1 में था 66, 23, 3 एंड 8. अब you don't have, in this particular company you don't have hotels, है ना. तो we are just again, ये जो numbers है, दिस इज माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि यार 12% यहाँ पे तो नहीं है, तो वेयर विल इट गो. इट विल बी स्प्लिट बिटवीन टिकट्स, फूड एंड मर्चेंडाइज. ओवरऑल 100 रुपीज का रेवेन्यू है, तो उसमें यार अभी होटल्स एंड रिजॉर्ट्स का 12% हटा दो. सो वेयर विल इट गो, सम पार्ट ऑफ इट विल कम फ्रॉम टिकट, सम फ्रॉम बेवरेज, सम फ्रॉम मर्चेंडाइज. सो लेट मी रिपीट, दीज आर नॉट numbers given in the pre-scene. This is just my understanding कि यार ये हो सकता है. In your exam it might be different, but it's just my understanding कि यार ये this is one possibility, it could be anything else also. ठीक है. So HW earns none from this stream. HW का zero है. These are numbers that I have given to HW. Just मैंने कुछ थोड़ा प्लस माइनस करके कि यार इधर से नहीं आ रहा है होटल्स एंड रिजॉर्ट से, तो नेचुरली फिर कहाँ से आएगा, इट विल कम फ्रॉम टिकट्स, फूड एंड बेवरेजेस. तो मैंने वहां पे स्प्लिट कर दिया. आई एम रिपीटिंग, दीज आर जस्ट नंबर्स दैट आई हैव डिराइव्ड इन a slightly arbitrary manner. Hasper World's revenue structure in 20x5 resembles the whole Deeland industry's revenue structure in 20x1. ठीक है. Ticket sales falling from 68 to 58, hotels rose from 3 to 12. HW has stood still on a model that is roughly two-thirds dependent on the admission fee. That has three consequences. Okay, आपका अगर 66% of revenue, for example, is coming from ticket sales, what are the challenges that I foresee? See, यहाँ पे ना आप ये number पे don't get stuck on the numbers कि ये 26.1 कहाँ से आया. No, don't do that. You should think about कि if it is, see, 65.9 नहीं होगा तो कितना होगा, 64 होगा, 67 होगा, 62 होगा, उसी रेंज में होगा. The number is significant, the exact amount is not that important. ठीक है. What I am saying is कि HW's revenue is more weather sensitive than its rivals because gate revenue is what rain destroys, है ना. People will not come to the park if there is a rainfall situation. If they don't come to the park, theme park, then no ticket revenue. If no ticket revenue, आएंगे नहीं तो खाएंगे क्या? So food and beverage revenue is also not there. Merchandise revenue also gets impacted. On the other hand, if you would have sold, let us say, if a hotel was also there in your overall structure, maybe people would have come today. Today it is raining. Tomorrow it won't rain. Tomorrow it would be a sunny day. So people could have come only for the hotel experience, and if possible, they would have gone for the theme park. So Hasper World becomes a little more, how should I say, impacted by the fact that there is no hotel, so seasonality will impact it in a big way. Is the stream clear to everyone कि कुछ गड़बड़ है? Just let me know in the chat box. Okay, because there are no hotels, the rooms, spa, evening meals are not there. Is HW's revenue per visitor good or bad? ठीक है, the pre-scene gives HW a 16% of the market share, and on one chart visitor numbers share somewhere between 14% and 19% on another. The relationship between these two figures is important because revenue per visitor divided by industry average is revenue share divided by visitor share. Basically what I'm trying to say is, see, I'll take you to the pre-scene. ठीक है, ये देखो, revenue per visitor, is it good or not? What is visitor share in 20x5? इधर 18 था, इधर 16 है. 2005 में visitor share is 16%. ठीक है. Then what is the revenue share in the market? Roughly around 16% on the market level. ठीक है. What is industry average of Do you have revenue per visitor का industry average anywhere? दिया है कहीं पे आपको? Now, understand one thing. Visitor share is 16%. Revenue share in the overall market is 16%. Now, you should know कि in this particular sector, if you look at the other entities, ठीक है, बाकी के entities का क्या है situation? Here, for example, SpaceParc. SpaceParc has 27% of the market. What is this 27? Is it number of visitors or is it revenue? What is this? See, revenue per visitor is not just ticket fees. Revenue per visitor is ticket fees, food and beverages, hotel stay, and merchandise. अब HW के केस में hotel stay is not there, है ना? Hotel stay is not there in the first place. So if somebody goes go to Space Park, okay, Space Park has 27% of the total visitors coming here. Now, if people come to Space Park, what all are they spending on? They are spending on entry fee, food, hotel stay, and merchandise. So let's say if I visit Space Park, I am spending 150. If I'm visiting HW, I'm spending 90 because there is no hotel stay here. So overall उसका billing ही कम है per customer. Because its billing per customer is less, revenue per customer is also going to be less. But don't just say that right away. Maybe एग्जाम में अगर कुछ और information दिया रहेगा तो that can help you. ठीक है. Now HW is saying कि my revenue share is 16%. ठीक है, that's okay. But what is the year on year growth of revenue? देखो तो आप, overall market का 16% is mine. I get that. But what is my year on year growth of revenue? Tell me 2004 से 2005 का growth बताओ in percentage terms. It could be say 139 से 146. कितना growth हुआ revenue का? That's a small percentage growth, right? $5.03. Okay. Now, should I show you one classic AFM thing here? If you remember, we used to do this AFM में geometric growth model. Just showing another way. Okay, exam में ये सब नहीं करना है. Revenue today. कितना है revenue today? Around 146. Upon revenue n years ago. 20x1 में कितना है? 123. Raised to 1 by 4 minus 1. This is another way, slightly AFM वाला way of finding the growth. आपने जो निकाला वो last year to this year निकाला. That is also an acceptable number. कोई problem नहीं है उसमें. ठीक है. Now, and overall, the three largest parks have grown by 4%. So ठीक है, we are more or less at the same level. We haven't heavily outperformed, neither have we underperformed. Make sense? Now, have a look at this piece of information. Workforce and capacity metrics. Permanent workforce over 100, this is given in the pre-scene. Seasonal headcount nearly 300, employed March to October, given in the pre-scene. Seasonal FTE equivalent is 100 to 200 FTE. What does that mean? So if 100 basically हम PM में नहीं करते थे costing में. So for example, if you are, it's just one moment, huh? One moment. What 5%? I got 4.38. It's okay. That number. ठीक है. So seasonal equivalent मतलब if there are 300 workers working for 4 to 8 months divided by 12, so 300 workers working for 8 months is as good as 200 workers working for full month. So full time employees का equivalent number we are calculating. आपको याद है we used to do this costing equivalent units we used to calculate. It's a little on those lines ki 300 workers employed full time is roughly 200. So 300 workers employed seasonally for 8 months is roughly equivalent to around 200 workers, but not like, it's not a very critical number. This, yeah, peak head count could be 400 people. So seasonal to permanent ka jo relationship hai, that is 3 is to 1. 3 in every 4 people on site is a short term, contract worker. ठीक है. Staff aged 18 to 25 is roughly 240. This is calculated over 80% of that 300 is seasonal staff, which is in the age group of 18 to 25. Revenue per full-time employee 144 million divided by 200 employees, or higher range में 750 divided. So 750 is the number in the higher range. This is when we take revenue at the higher end of the spectrum, that is 150 million, and we assume that पूरे 300 मतलब employees are there. ठीक है. Now this is only giving us a direction. This is like ये कोई ऐसा set in stone वाला number नहीं है revenue per effective FT. FTE means full time employee. ठीक है. What I am saying is, I am saying कि अगर there are X number of people employed part time, seasonal count, they are employed for 8 months. ठीक है. So there are 300 workers who are employed for roughly 8 months. They are not working for the remaining 4 months. So if I were to express this, matlab, let me show you Excel sheet में what am I basically trying to drive at. What I'm saying is this, ठीक है. 300 workers, or rather 100 workers work for 12 months. ठीक है. 300 workers work for 8 months. So 300 into 8 कितना है? So if instead of part-time workers who only work for 8 months, what if we hired just full-time employees? ठीक है. So their work output, work output we need is 2400, and employees are for 12 months. So how many will we need? 2400 upon 12, that is 200 एम्प्लॉइज. जस्ट अ कैलकुलेशन फॉर मी टू नो कि अगर मैं पार्ट टाइम नहीं रखूँ और मैं सिर्फ फुल टाइम रखूँ तो क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा उसका. इट्स एन एनालिसिस ऑन दैट फ्रंट. वी डोंट नो हाउ इंपॉर्टेंट इट माइट बी इन द पेपर, जस्ट लुकिंग एट इट फ्रॉम अ बेस पर्सपेक्टिव. देन रेवेन्यू पर फुल टाइम एम्प्लॉय कैलकुलेट किया, विजिटर्स पर फुल टाइम एम्प्लॉय कैलकुलेट किया. वाई इज दैट? बिकॉज आई वुड वॉन्ट टू नो ना कि इज माई एम्प्लॉय ओवरलोडेड. जैसे इन एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स विच टीच एसीसीए दे हायर स्टूडेंट मेंटर्स. एक स्टूडेंट मेंटर के पीछे 500 स्टूडेंट्स. He will never be able to service 500 students. You should hire more student mentors if you want to serve your students properly. Correct? So you don't want your staff to be overloaded with attending to these visitors ना, because they will need help. किसी को राइड ऑपरेट करना नहीं आएगा, किसी को कुछ और एस्पेक्ट नहीं आएगा. Somebody will keep on asking कि अरे where is the ticket counter, where is this, where is the food court, where is the washroom. You will need people who are present, who are looking at all of that. You will need people to monitor health and safety. The reason for calculating visitor per full-time employee is to know कि यार, are these people in a position to handle so many visitors, or they are overloaded with staff. And if they are overloaded with staff, so they will never be able to there will be a decline in the quality of operations and other issues will follow. ठीक है. Did you think from this perspective, by the way, what I discussed just now, visitors per employee? Now has it opened up one different line of thought for you? ये भी हो सकता है. ठीक है. Now just let me write this down. Implications of visitor per employee. ये हो सकता है, हुआ ही होगा ऐसा नहीं है. Roughly 3/4 of the peak season workforce are temporary staff in the age group of 18 to 25. And standard preparation for the role is 1 or 2 days of training, जिसमें एक दिन वो कंपनी के बारे में स्टोरी बताते हैं. These are the people fastening safety restraints, checking barriers, serving food, staffing the gates. The pre-scene mitigates this for ride operators who require more detailed training and must pass the test, but says nothing about ride assistants, who are the people who check that the passenger safety equipment is correctly fastened before the ride commences. This is a control weakness creating probably the single most catastrophic risk. People who are putting on the belt, उन्हें पता ही नहीं है कि they are getting 1 day of training. एक दिन में क्या पता चलता है? They have 1 day of training, they are putting on the belt. मर गया तो who will take responsibility for that? ये तो भाग जाएंगे. ठीक है. Now the ownership breakdown. Executive board members, 6 Glens, everybody in the family, exactly half. ठीक है. Cannot pass an ordinary resolution unopposed without at least one further vote. See, 50-50 हो जाएगा ना. We can use this in the risk question, by the way. Control will be established when you have more than 50% shares. So that is lacking right now. Founders Henrik and Arthur, I'm calling them the swing block because वो जिसकी साइड लेंगे उस साइड से डिसीजन होगा, right? And then non-business active family shareholders, 30%. The jurisdictions where a special resolution requires 75%, a block of more than 25% can block it. What does that mean? जैसे company law में ना, to make certain decisions about the company, you need a simple majority. To make other decisions about the company, you need a special majority. Special majority मतलब more than 75% people should vote on it. अभी by the way parliament में they want to pass certain laws ना, ये delimitation and women's reservation and all of that needs special majority, and they don't have that, which is why all of this MPs shifting from one party to another, it's happening for that reason. And that is, yeah, the majority can make or oppose any policy. And in certain cases, just 51% is not needed, 75% is needed. That might become a deadlock. And if there is a deadlock, the decisions will not progress any further. See, it changes from, acha, by the way, जैसे 75% है, 51% है, whatever. See, that changes from country to country. I have given you one scenario कि यार अगर 30% हुआ तो क्या, 70% हुआ तो क्या. Maybe the exhibits contain some other information, so you will have to think on those lines. ठीक है. Now, Let's understand the mission clause by clause. Entertain, educate, excite, bring joy to the visitors of the people and visitors है ना. Entertain, 26 named rides using several playgrounds across three themed lands, drawing an estimated 2.6 to 2.8 million visitors. चलो 16% you are able to entertain. Are you able to educate? What was the founding purpose? ये मेरा लाइन नहीं है हाँ, ये ऐसा पागलपन वाला मिशन मैं नहीं लिखूंगा, उनका लाइन है ये बाय द वे. Educate. Founding purpose was to educate school children about the history of your country, the mythology, and all of that. And the family still sees the entertainment plus education combination, edutainment, as a differentiator. But the pre-scene has nothing on educational outcome, huh? Whether school programs were held or not, except discounted tickets they are doing. But there are school discounts that they are providing. But apart from that, nothing is mentioned कि यार इसमें education का क्या achieve हो रहा है. ठीक है. So the educate wala mission not happening, rather partly happening. Excite. HW's own risk report says that growth could be it if visitors consider attractions outdated or its rides no longer relevant or exciting. The last headline investment named in the pre-scene, the tallest and longest coaster, which was installed 4 years ago. So there is no VR, there is no AR, there is no RFID anywhere in HW's description, while the industry adopts all three. So see, when you have the mission statement ना, अब वो मिशन स्टेटमेंट को आपको एक एक करके तोड़ना पड़ेगा. You will have to break it down and see whether the mission statement is getting achieved or not. And for that, reading the material is important. Now, I don't want you to suffer this issue in exam, which is why I am doing the breakdown for you. ठीक है. IT systems risk report category, extracts from website. We have gone through everything. कहीं पे भी ये नहीं दिया था. Then if there are no innovative rights, है ना, risk report देखो तो innovation and customer satisfaction, negative customer reaction है by word of mouth or wider social media, it could reduce the visitors. Bring joy. Bring joy कैसे पता चलेगा? Any idea? Yes, AR VR could be a, a weakness could become an opportunity. Dose matrix, good analysis. Okay. See, NPS. NPS is one aspect, which can partly help us to assess whether the bring joy wala objective is getting fulfilled or not. है ना. अब that NPS का जो data है, it doesn't mention, there is no specific data on NPS given to you, so right now it is not verified in any way. ठीक है. Then अच्छा, mission statement देखो तो एक बार. Let's come to the mission statement once. एक एक लाइन का कुछ तो सिग्निफिकेंस है, हाँ, ऐसे ही फालतू नहीं दिया है. Mission is to entertain, educate, excite and bring joy to the people of and visitors to Deeland. ये visitors to Deeland का क्या significance है? They are basically talking about international customers, don't you think? है ना. People of Deeland मतलब citizens of Deeland, visitors to Deeland मतलब international travelers. Okay, now international travelers like on-site hotels, है ना, because pre-scene says that international travelers like on-site hotels, and HW doesn't provide that. So, do you think it will be able to achieve the mission of doing anything for visitors to Dealand? Not necessary, नहीं हो पाएगा, right? So, I think that is at risk. That is not happening. They don't have any hotels. Now, डिड यू एवर थिंक कि मिशन स्टेटमेंट को इतने पार्ट्स में हम ब्रेक डाउन कर सकते हैं? इवन व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड ऑफ माय एनालिसिस 7 quarters ago, तब मैंने भी नहीं देखा था. नाउ ऑफ कोर्स आई नो कि दीज आर द काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट माइट कम एंड दैट गिव्स यू मोर इनसाइट अबाउट द कंपनी. सो डेवलपिंग दैट बिकम्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, एक बार हैव अ लुक एट द मिशन, देन हम विजन को टेस्ट करेंगे क्लॉज बाय क्लॉज. We'll come to the website part, आएंगे उस पे. ठीक है. अब लेट्स गो टू द विजन. विजन का क्या सीन है? To be a world leader in inspiring people through entertainment and fun. Oh my god. To be a world leader is the vision, huh? Right now, forget world leader, you are not even country leader. Third largest hai in the country, 16% of a you hold 16% of the market, which is roughly worth 1 billion. You are operating from one site. है ना? There are three zones in that site, but you are operating from one site. Also, you are not able to attract the international visitors because you don't have on-site hotels, right? This world leader वाला जो vision है, it doesn't seem achievable or credible right now, है ना? एक तो you don't even get international customers on the same level because you don't have any hotel. ठीक है. Now it gives no guide. अच्छा, there is nothing in terms of the board right now. They have not spoken about whether they want to build a hotel or not. Maybe that will be one of the tasks given to you in the examination. You will be given some data and you will have to evaluate कि ये hotel करे शुरू नहीं करे, कुछ financial structure दिया रहेगा, and you will have to decide on the basis of that. ठीक है. Now, right now that vision seems a little, it's like a question mark at this point. The gap between vision and reality is huge, and that could be a governance issue. ठीक है. The board has published an unreachable vision for years, and no one has challenged it. And I think that in itself is a problem. Now, why are you making a vision, or why are you stating something ki, something that has not yet happened or seems very far fetched, right? So that seems like a major gap to me. If not false statement, but delusional ज़्यादा लग रहा है मुझे, right? And as you said, maybe they lost first mover advantage and they are still latching on to the old way of doing things. That's also fair. Have a look at the vision. ठीक है, चलो. Now let's come to the pre-scene for a moment. What are the values? I see safety, security, and welfare of visitors and staff. Is it, is the value being upheld? Planet, minimize our impact on resources. Is the value being upheld? Local community, maximize engagement and support. We'll have to check whether the value is being upheld or not. And visitors entertainment needs, responsive and innovate towards their expectations. I think this value is not being upheld at all, because they have said that the app is outdated. They are facing pressure in terms of innovation. They are not able to, मतलब उतना ज़्यादा innovation is not happening. You don't have a hotel which the international visitors want. So one of the values that you had was to meet the needs of the visitors, and you are not doing that. So that is completely contradicted. ठीक है. Now, local community. ठीक है. HW, by the way, employs seasonal workers, students, offers tickets to school groups and young people at a discounted rate. ठीक है. That could be considered as community value. You are in the northern region, so you are employing people there. ठीक है. Right now, but there is no measure. You cannot calculate that. So that is a gap. But yes, interaction or engagement with the community is there. ठीक है. Planet का impact, minimize our impact on resources. Now, the industry is under pressure to deliver that. Whatever 51, 53, whatever the percentage of your visitors, they want sustainable choices. But is there any evidence given in terms of what has HW done? कि they set up solar panels, they set up wind turbines, कुछ दिया है ऐसा? No. So that is not there, है ना? So I think there seems a contradiction on that front. Ki, on one hand, you are saying ki we want to minimize our impact on the resources, but you have not given any information on that. Instead of saying ki yaar, this is happening or not happening, or it's right now we can say that relevant information is not available. Maybe future mein ho jayega. We'll look into that later. ठीक है. Now we can expect the mission value statements, but that depends on the question na, which is what I am telling you. Don't go with a preconceived notion कि ये question आएगा तो ये answer दूंगा. अभी keep the focus only on कि what can I take out from this, मैं इसको किस तरीके से I can best analyze my given situation. ठीक है. So let me take you to the values वाला part, whether values are being upheld or not. ठीक है. Have a look, the four values. Cool. Chalo. Now, by the way, HW has no stated objectives. Mission hai, vision hai. Strategic objectives are not very specifically given to you. You have some CSFs and you have KPIs. Okay. Strategic objectives are not explicitly provided in the pre-scene. ठीक है. Pre-scene gives a mission, a vision, four values, and a set of KPIs. It does not have strategic objectives and no critical success factors. वो जो to become a world leader है, net promoter score है, nothing ties with that. ठीक है. Without that middle layer, KPIs are being collected rather than used, is my observation. Because key performance indicator, but what essentially drives success in your business, वो information कहीं पे भी नहीं है. So I think that's one missing part. ठीक है. Now let's do pestle. Pestle में I would want you to look at, first of all, this industry body. I think there will be a political impact here. कि that body sets and monitors the standards on design, manufacture, testing, operation, maintenance. ठीक है. So there is regulatory dependence. There is a chance that when they come for inspection, they don't find the safety standards being fulfilled. Your license might be withdrawn and your business will come to a standstill. ठीक है. By the way, we had written it at the very beginning that Deeland has a well-developed economy and significant proportion of over 60 million people, they have disposable income, which is why this industry has grown. You have to understand that this is a discretionary spending. Entertainment के लिए खर्चा हो रहा है. ठीक है. If let's see, every no economy will always outperform na, that economy will fall down at some fall down, as in it will go through its series of troughs and crests, right? So when it falls down, or there is a let's say there is a recession or something, then the impact is going to be severe on this business. ठीक है. Then if you look at the demographic of people who are coming to this particular business, मतलब थीम पार्क्स जनरल, तो उसमें यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि कौन से एज ग्रुप में से मोर पीपल आर कमिंग, राइट? सो children, families with children under the age of 12 are 40% of the visitors. उसमें भी you are saying कि people below the age of 5 will not be charged any tickets. Then young adults है, teenagers है, and adults over 30 are only 9%. So see that theme mythology theme based rides. They are basically competing with global marketed franchisees that HW cannot match. I mean, a local mythological character versus, let's say, a Harry Potter. Right now you don't have that, and the younger generation might want that. So right now you're not able to match. I mean, you might not be able to serve that category of customers. Then the educational positioning right now, see, there are young children who might benefit from that, but nothing on that front is happening. That was initially the focus, but I think that there is no information to capture that. See, you are doing theme park, so see, there are adrenaline junkies in a certain age group which forms the biggest chunk of your visitors, so that way it's okay. Okay. AR and VR is happening on rides globally and in this country also, but HW doesn't, the app doesn't have, doesn't publish it, just publicizes the rides and sells. It's nothing more. There is no RFID, no queue management, no personalization, no analytics, no AR VR. Okay, so that seems like a challenge. Okay. Then on the environmental front, weather is both a seasonal cost, 4 months of reduced capacity, and a strategic risk. If rainfall patterns widen, the closure window widens with them. And they mentioned about climate change. So climate change की वजह से, what if the timing of rainfall shifts or the duration of rainfall increases, then naturally फिर उतना ज़्यादा duration के लिए the largest rides will have to stay closed. And two distinct legal exposures: physical safety, visitors and staff; food hygiene, years, rides, everything; and then data protection liability. HW holds names, payment data, booking history through website and app, and that basically exposes the company. ठीक है. The pre-scene says that many parks use outside specialists. The pre-scene does not say that HW is one of them for the legal aspect. So on that front, it is sufficiently exposed, I would say. Now, see, you have to understand कि ये जो analysis है, that will have to be applied to the task and the exhibit. You cannot just be looking at one aspect. Rain closes the highest thrill ride in exactly the months when a hotel would sell discounted winter breaks. HW's lack of a resort offering and its weather exposure compound each other rather than offset. If you remember, हमने related and correlated risk पढ़ा था. Do you remember that? याद है? So, see, risks, one risk could offset the other risk. Na? So, let's say it's very cold outside. Okay. So, if it's very cold outside, there is a risk that people, get certain disorders that happen during cold. But because it's cold, they are not stepping outside, so the risk of accidents is reducing. Something like this. Okay. Young adults under 30 are increasingly prioritizing choices on sustainability. 53%, 53, 51%, जो भी number है, they prioritize sustainable choices. Young adults are 29% of them, with teenagers 51%. HW's unevidenced environmental value is therefore a commercial exposure. See, in the pre-scene, no information is given to you ki environmental front pe what is the company doing. So that seems like a gap. And technological and political, OAPO standards are revised frequently to keep up with the new technologies that is mentioned in the pre-scene. Avoiding, so not adopting VR or AR would bring HW inside a more regulatory parameter, and that cost will have to be considered because there will be other implications also. Now, look at this. Porter's five forces: competitive rivalry, threat of new entrants, bargaining power of suppliers, bargaining power of buyers, and threat of substitutes. Competitive rivalry, high. Why? Three largest operators run around 65%. You are the third. You are not the leader. By the way, the risk report describes intense competition from other theme parks, from other amusement parks. Exit barriers are high. A theme park is a specific asset business built on a land that has no obvious alternative use. So weak competitors stay in and keep competing rather than leaving. Those huge rides that you have basically installed, spending so much money, वो बंद हो गया तो कहीं और यूज नहीं कर सकते. On the other hand, like a building could have been used for any other purpose. Fixed cost is high. You have 100 full-time employees working with you. So that of course, will not necessarily be absorbed. 100 employees could be a huge chunk, and not enough growth. Okay. Then threat of new entrants low, capital intensive business, huge initial investment, long payback. Regulation भी है. There's a lot of regulatory, uh, let's what's the right word? There's a lot of regulatory pull for you. That OAPO operating license, it's I think enough to give you a lot of heart attacks, because if it doesn't get renewed, business ban. Land, HW occupies 2 square kilometers. See, amusement park, theme park cannot be set up like in a small space, right? There's a huge open ground that is required, which basically means not everybody will be able to get that. Threat of new entrants is low. Brand and experience curve, HW has over 50 years of accumulated operating knowledge and a legend that is already part of Deeland's culture. So this is something, which sets it apart and which might make it difficult for for new people to enter. Threat of substitutes is assessed as high. ठीक है. Because it's not just this business, but coastal holiday resorts, museums, zoos and aquariums and all of that. ठीक है. Substitutes भी काफी सारे हैं आपके पास. Bargaining power of buyers is assessed as medium. Individual visitors are numerous and fragmented, so they don't have power. They are not going to come together to influence the decision making. They can't do a protest there and ask it to reduce the entry fees and all of that. HW zone behavior reveals it feels this power, but there are other theme parks. Customers are price sensitive. They are well informed in today's day and age. The switching cost कुछ भी नहीं है. आज यहाँ का entrance fee पे किया, कल की कहीं और का entrance fee पे किया, right? Plus, when schools and young people clubs come, there is group bargaining happens, so you will have to give them a discount. And social media will, kind of bring them all together and amplify the impact. Bargaining power of suppliers is also, I would say, medium. Ride manufacturers, they hold real power. There are few of them, by the way. The assets are customized because ye theme park mein it is made according to the that mythological legend and all of that, right? So very customized output you require. Then seasonal labor is also it's also a supplier of some service, right? So these they also have individually weak, but collectively they could have significant power. And specialist inspectors and engineers, they are scarce, and their sign off is a license condition. So they have a high power in that entire equation. ठीक है. So moderately unattractive industry, high rivalry, high substitution pressure, squeeze margin, low entry threat, and only medium buyer power stop it from collapsing. So but not a very very attractive industry for a first timer to enter. What do you remember of Porter's Diamond, by the way? बताइए. So Porter's Diamond, does it speak about the advantages that are there because of the country that you operate in? I think we discussed cars and Germany as one of the examples now. I think we discussed that, I think. So Porter's Diamond answers one question: why do certain countries keep producing, you know, world-beating firms in specific industries? Is Germany in cars, Italy in luxury items? So Porter's answer is that it's not luck or cheap labor. So there are factor conditions, demand conditions, related and supporting industries and clusters, which basically, they have an impact on they are the reason why you could be more successful or less successful. ठीक है. Factor conditions, Warm climate for several months, basic factor for the theme parks to run. Available land, company has that land. Then a large pool of flexible young labor, students and people seeking flexible work, supporting a seasonal operating model. Then uh, they have 50 years of accumulated knowledge that will set them apart from everyone else. And there is one constraint, but that is rainfall from November to February. ठीक है. In terms of demand conditions, 60 million people in a well developed economy with with good disposable income, then the demand is for very specific experiences and rides. Plus now there is a chunk of population that prioritizes sustainable choices. Deeland is a popular international tourist destination, so when international visitors come, they would want to go to theme parks, and here this entity is lacking, by the way. ठीक है. Then related and supporting industries, a developed tourism cluster. See, coastal resorts, museums, aquariums, castles, and all of these, they will compete for your attention, but they will also support you. Now, let us say people come to one particular area, they go to a museum, they go to a castle, landmark, whatever, and they also come to know there is a theme park. So, other industries pulled them in that area, but because you didn't have to you don't have to spend money for pulling these people into this particular area. You didn't have to actively market anything to them, but they had come in that area to go to a museum, and then they found out that array, there is a theme park, so they went there. Okay. Then so that helps. Then pre-scene में आपको दिया है about hotels, restaurants, pools, gyms. So if that were there, then it would have supported the revenue. Then specialist inspection and engineering. Many parks use outside specialists for ride inspection, but there is one weakness. The pre-scene names no deal and ride manufacturer and no deal and entertainer IP owner. The high value technology and franchisee inputs appear to come from outside. ठीक है. And firm strategy, structure, and rivalry. There is intense domestic rivalry, big players, small players, rivals who compete on differentiation and innovation. And by the way, you don't have one of those factors, right? Airline industry, so basically transportation industry could help. ठीक है. एक बार quickly have a look here. ठीक है. See, Porter's diamond basically helps you to understand why do German manufacturers excel at making cars and not maybe, let's say, Indian manufacturers. So you cannot, in Porter's diamond, you are trying to understand that industry. Huh? You can't really make statements like, you can't pit the three entities against one another, by the way. They are all sitting inside the same country now, so they are all governed by the same set of factors, by the way. ठीक है. So have a look at the limitation. एक बार इसको पढ़ो तो. This is what I discussed just now. कि why you can't pit SpacePark, Dynoland, and HW against one another. They are all in the same country. So Porter's diamond analysis will be the same for all of them. ठीक है. Now I want to discuss the scenario planning with you. ये मैंने This is one part, where I've applied the most of my mental faculties, because I had to come up with different scenarios, but within the ambit of the scenario planning model. Scenario planning belongs in this case because the two variables that will most affect Hasper World over 5 years are genuinely uncertain and largely outside its control. The state of Deeland economy and the speed at which visitor expectation of technology move. Neither can be forecast. Okay. So scenario planning is only useful if the two chosen uncertainties, high impact and high uncertainty, candidate variables from the pre-scene, and why each was accepted or rejected. So basically, what I have done is I have taken impact and uncertainty. State of deal and economy, high impact. Naturally, if the economy slows down, disposable income slows down, high impact. Uncertainty, because you can't really speak up, you can't really comment on that. पता नहीं है आपको. ठीक है. The pre-scene explicitly links economic conditions to visitor number and revenue. Speed of technology and expectation shift, high, by the way. Adoption basically requires a quick pace, and right now it appears as if HW is not so fast in adapting to new technology. Now, climate and rainfall patterns will have a high impact. Uncertainty is relatively, weather predictions can be done with slightly more confidence or slightly more certainty. Then OPAW, regulatory tightening, high impact, but uncertainty is low, because see, that regulatory changes, although they happen, it's not as if आज rule बनाया और कल से applicable हो गया, right? You will be given some compliance time also. So, technology or expectation shifts fast here, and we have weak deal and economy. ठीक है. Economy is weak and technology and expectation shifts fast. Economy is strong and technology and expectation shifts fast. Economy is weak, technology shifts slow. Economy is strong and technology shifts slow. The expectation is not that fast. This is strong economy, slow tech shift. Let's understand these one by one. ठीक है. Weak economy, fast technology shift. This is the worst case. Economy में disposable income कम हो रहा है, but customers का expectation from technology is changing very rapidly. So naturally, see, you will have, your incomes are going down, but you will have to spend a lot in order to offer the technology that the customers are looking out for. So that can put you in a very tight spot, by the way. Okay. Then strong economy and fast technological shift. Demand is strong, but rivals are reinvesting. They are getting into VR, AR, RFID. So if apna HW wants to grow in absolute, it is losing its share here, because if you now you don't have an excuse ki yaar, why did we not spend? Economy was growing fast. Everybody else in the economy was also investing. Then why did you not invest? So that would be a question. Then weak economy and slow technology shift. ठीक है. Price competition dominates and technology matters less. This is the scenario HW is best placed for. It's a heritage business. You can provide value for money. People under the age of 5 के लिए free entry. That technological expectation is not there. And then strong economy, slow technological shift. The best one probably. है ना? But it might happen that because the economy is going strong, people are coming to you and they don't really have a lot of expectations on technological front. What might happen is you might become very complacent कि अरे चल रहा है, चलने दो, why do you have to worry about it and all of that. In fact, what you should be doing in this period is, when the economy is strong and the technology ka demand or expectation has slowed down, you should use this time to invest in technology, and you should make sure that by the time the customer expectation on the technological front becomes intense, uske pehle you should have all the capability with you. ठीक है. So you should first of all fix the app. How do you deal with this? Fix the app, build that weather prediction capacity. Then reform the governance part right now, appoint independent non-executive directors, form these audit committees, show evidence on the sustainability front, and keep the hotel decision open. Do not just rule it out because you don't have experience or you feel that it will divert your focus. Make sure that if any of these situations take place, the opening the hotel should be on your agenda right now. Okay. Now, strategic capabilities and VRIO, resources, competences, and VRIO. The VRIO, याद है कुछ आपको? Valuable, rare, inimitable, and organized. ये मॉडल्स हमने देखे थे, याद है ना आपको कि नहीं? सी फेस टू फेस क्लास में होते ना तो आई वुड हैव ऑर्डर्ड टी फॉर यू, बट नहीं है तो क्या करेंगे अभी? Mahi is saying yes to remembering the model or for a cup of tea. Let's do one thing. Let's discuss this video model. Let's discuss one more model. ठीक है, वो एक बार हो गया, उसके बाद I'll give you a 10-minute break. 28 मॉडल्स एंड पैरामीटर्स आई हैव अप्लाइड, 14 डिस्कस करेंगे, एक ब्रेक देंगे आपको 10-15 मिनट्स का, देन विल रिज्यूम वंस अगेन. ओके, सो व्हेन वी आर डूइंग दिस ना, अपना थोड़ा थोड़ा तो मॉडल्स का रिवीजन हो रहा है, एंड ऑफ कोर्स वील डू इट इन मोर डिटेल लेटर. अच्छा, वन स्मॉल रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल ऑफ यू. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say this. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. ठीक है? Once this video goes up, please like the video and please put a comment on this video. ठीक है? It helps my work reach more people. So, just a word for how I've developed SBL. If you are an old student, you know मेरा SBL के बारे में क्या opinion था. But when I realized that India में we don't have a lot of faculties who do SBL, तो SBL का space भी मुझे थोड़ा open लगा. So from December, or rather for December exam, December last year, I built one entire module, पूरा का पूरा SBL I have built on YouTube. ठीक है, around 35-40 hours of lectures are there on YouTube which covers the entire SBL portion. Along with that, I started giving past exam papers and everything. All of this is on the YouTube channel and it's basically for free to everyone. And pre-scene analysis and mocks and all, I have also identified a gap in the market and I'm basically trying to fill that. Now, why SBL? Because people ask ki if you can do SBL for free on YouTube, why can't you do other subjects? Because SBL का जो effort है, that effort happens only in the last 20 days. SBR, AFM, बाकी के जो papers है, एक तो मैं सब free करूँगा तो what will I eat at the end of the day ना? I also need to make money. And the other thing is, वो subjects में ना effort day 1 से लगता है, यहाँ पे effort सिर्फ last 15-20 days में लगता है. So that much I can find the time in my schedule because अभी तक बाकी के subjects ना थोड़े शांत हो जाते हैं. So that is why, but in the long run, this is how it's going to be. कि SBL, I wanted to shift APM also to full free batch on YouTube, but it's मतलब I didn't see the sense in it because APM में लोग ही नहीं आते उतने, तो हो गया वैसे. ठीक है. Comments don't put right now. Let the video get processed and get uploaded. So maybe by tomorrow morning the video will be ready on YouTube. It's not processing at my end ना, YouTube के back end के processing को time लगता है. उसके बाद I'll send you the link. Please put a comment on that. ठीक है. Resources are the things that you have. Competencies are the skills that you exhibit, that the capabilities that you are able to deliver. ठीक है. What are your resources, things that you have? Physical, human, financial, intellectual. Physical threshold resources: 26 named rights plus several playgrounds, 2 square kilometers of land, फूड एंड रिटेल आउटलेट्स। ये बेसिक है, थ्रेशोल्ड है, सबके पास हो सकता है। व्हाट इज यूनिक इन टर्म्स ऑफ फिजिकल रिसोर्सेज? द टॉलेस्ट एंड लॉन्गेस्ट रोलर कोस्टर इन डीलैंड, 3 कोहेरेंट थीम लैंड्स, मैजिकल माउंटेन, फोरबिडन फॉरेस्ट, रेजिंग रैपिड्स। ठीक है। देन ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज में थ्रेशोल्ड रिसोर्सेज में यू हैव 100 फुल टाइम एम्प्लॉइज अक्रॉस राइड ऑपरेशंस, इंजीनियरिंग एंड मेंटेनेंस, कस्टमर सर्विसेज। ये तो होना ही चाहिए। बट व्हाट इज यूनिक is that Claude Glen's 30 plus years experience across so many different areas. Then financial में threshold है revenue that we calculated above. Nothing unique has been disclosed on the financial resources front. And intellectual intangible resources में you have website, mobile app, social media है, not fully there in terms of utility, but it is in existence. What is unique is the Hasper legend, a mythical giant already legendary in Deeland. So maybe people in that country associate with this mythological character, and they have that character in their theme park, and 50 years of brand equity. So that sets you apart. What are your core competencies? Theme storytelling that combines entertainment education, recruiting, training, deploying a workforce that part-time workforce, seasonal workforce that basically helps to run your parks. Then long-term stewardship, the ability to take multi-decade decisions without quarterly market pressure. So see, the moment you sell your company to investors or the moment you take money from the public, then the decision making does not stay in your hands. Here it has stayed in your hands because the see, it can be considered as a strength also and a limitation also. Okay, because it's all family owned, and on the face of it you have good connections with the community. So community wala jo aspect has to be embedded, that is there. Now Vrio, valuable, rare, inimitable, organized. The Hasper legend and 50-year themed heritage works on three fronts, and a rival cannot buy 50 years of cultural association with a national myth. ठीक है, but right now there is no educational content, at least not in the pre-scene, so you can't really measure that aspect. ठीक है. The tallest and longest coaster in Deeland, is it valuable? Yes. Is it rare? Yes. Is it inimitable? No. Let us say your roller coaster is 50 meter, किसी और का 52 मीटर हो गया तो he will become the tallest, right? Family ownership and long term stewardship, this is a challenge from from the being organized wala front. So freedom from short term market pressure should allow bolder long term horizon investments than listed rivals can make. HW is using it to do the exact opposite. See, HW doesn't need approval in board meeting from investors. Sorry, everybody is in the family, so they could have used this opportunity to do some aggressive growth, but they have not done it. The seasonal workforce mobilization, you are on par. Every seasonal operator will do this, nothing unique for you. Okay. Then owning every food and retail outlet, is it valuable? Yes, you have full control. Is it rare? Partly, not necessarily. Is it inimitable? No, everybody can do it. And basically it gives you a temporary advantage because you have full control over pricing, cost, and everything. Digital and data capability, is it valuable? Yes. Is it rare? No, everybody else has it. In fact, you don't have it. Is it inimitable? No. So basically, right now, this has worked as a disadvantage for the company. ठीक है, एक बार ये सेंट्रल कैपेबिलिटी फाइंडिंग का पैराग्राफ देखो तो I'll answer the question on models at the end. Please remind me. ठीक है. I'll see one more model with you, as in one more application, then we'll go for our break. ठीक है. Value chain and value network. Porter's value chain. Five primary factors and four supporting factors. Remember वो एक ऐसा वाला, you know, pens, it looks like the tip of a pencil basically. Inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. These are your primary factors. Firm infrastructure, HR management, technology development, procurement. These are your support factors which basically add value. ठीक है. Now, inbound logistics, supply of food, beverage, merchandise to on site outlets. Operations is the core of the organization. Safe running of 26 rides plus playgrounds plus CCTVs plus ride operators. बहुत बड़ा एक्टिविटी आपको मैनेज करना है. दैट इज योर कोर. Outbound logistics. See, in a theme park, customer comes to you. You don't go and give something to the customer, right? So basically managing the site access, managing the flow of people. So all of that, this is where that RFID would have created value. Then marketing and sales, website and app publicizing rides and selling tickets, social media, discounted online booking, family group and school group pricing, monthly and annual season tickets, but no personalization, no CRM, no data driven yield management. Right now, you don't have a customer resource management software and all of that. And customer service managers and assistants, social media, feedback collection, it's not a very strong activity for this company. Nothing has been given. ठीक है. Technology में the company is falling far behind because you need to work on your website, app में बहुत सारे gaps हैं, है ना. Then procurement, ride purchase from specialist manufacturers, food and beverage का raw material का procurement, all of that comes under the procurement. Right now there is no supplier strategy or anything relating to sustainable sourcing given to you. ठीक है. Firm infrastructure, 6 director, all family board, annual family council, finance and administrative function, control center as the operational nerve system. ठीक है. That control center, which helps to run the rides, CCTV, security, that is super critical. That is a part of the infrastructure. And HR management will become critical because you recruit 300 seasonal staff, and a lot depends on them. So HR will have to make sure that they are fulfilling the needs of the staff members. ठीक है. Where AW creates most value, operations, 50 years of safe ride running, purpose built control center, and a 3-tier ride role structure. ठीक है. There are ride operators, there are ride operators, and there are people who are running them and people who are supervising them. So that's good. That is actually what is creating value. What is destroying value is lack of technological development and marketing front पे they are not really delivering. ठीक है. And linkage argument that scores well, value comes from how activities connect, not from activities alone. HW's control center already holds live ride status and live weather data. Its app already reaches visitors phones, but there is nothing joining them, so that linkage can help you to solve a lot of your problems. ठीक है. And value network में what do you basically include? You include other people up and down the supply chain. For example, ride manufacturers, once you have purchased a ride, usually you can't return, and this is a very safety critical activity, like quality of rides and overall safety provided by them. So you will be dependent on the manufacturers. ठीक है. Sorry. Then that OAPO, the regulatory body, there is nothing you can do about it, by the way. And if they don't give you the license, the business won't function. Outside ride inspection specialist, you have scarce specialist capacity, and pre-scene does not talk about whether HW uses them or not. Food, beverage and merchandise में uh, food hygiene factors could be a major risk, major issue. Then off-site hotels and local accommodation, this is the biggest exposure on the strategic front for HW. Then transport and inbound tourism, there is access dependency. Kuch diya nahi, you have tied up with a particular airline or you have tied up with some other operator. No other information is given. School and young people's clubs, So block bookings and all of that can help, but this is underdeveloped. Apart from the special offer, you are not doing anything extra for these group visits. And then local community, your survival in that particular area, your reputation, your recruitment, it depends upon how well you connect with the community. And if you can't, then it will spell bigger problems for the company. ठीक है, चलो, ऑल ऑफ यू लव डिस्कसिंग स्ट्रैटेजिक ड्रिफ्ट, तो हम करेंगे डिस्कस बट ब्रेक के बाद. कल्चरल वेब भी है, वील डिस्कस ऑल ऑफ दोज पॉइंट्स, बट वील नॉट इनोवेट पॉइंट्स. हाँ, अपना जो भी डिस्कशन होगा वो इसी के बेसिस पे होगा. ठीक है, इट्स 3:45. लेट्स टेक अ 15-minute break, come back at 4, and then we'll finish the remaining 14 models. By 5:30 we should be done. ठीक है, 5:30 तक मैं आपको फ्री कर दूंगा. Come back in 15. चलो, come back. Now, strategic drift. ठीक है. So, uh, when does strategic drift occur? When an organization's rate of change falls behind the rate of change in its environment, usually because past success makes incremental adjustment feel sufficient. ठीक है. So when the rate of change in the organization is behind the rate of change in the environment, that is when you say that you have strategic drift. अब यहाँ पे let's see how the strategic drift वाला situation works here. Phase 1, incremental change. The block line is for rate of environmental change. The dotted line is for rate of organizational change. ठीक है. Incremental change, strategic drift, flux, and then transformation or death. So the Glen brothers spotted that Deelanders wanted to spend rising disposable income on family leisure and built the first themed amusement park in Deeland. They then invested incrementally over decades, playground equipment, flat rides, then a growing estate reaching 26 named rides. For most of the 50 years, HW's rate of change tracked its environment. So this is the success. So you were successful and probably you became complacent and you did not pay attention. The environment moved. This is where HW is right now, and this is the evidence of strategic drift. Hotels went from 3% to 12% in terms of revenue generation. AR, VR, RFID, and all of these activities have developed. Now, see, the last headline investment is a roller coaster which was set up 4 years ago. You don't have any hotel capability. You are you are not providing VR, AR, RFID. ठीक है. The app doesn't really do anything else apart from publicity and selling tickets. You don't have any proof of environmental action being taken. The board has not changed. Every seat has only ever been held by someone in the family. And right now, the non-business wala jo shareholders hai, they have complained of slowing performance. And the company's risk report states that growth could suffer if visitors consider its attractions outdated or its rides no longer relevant or exciting. ठीक है. अब if the performance deteriorates visibly, the organization experiments without direction. Leadership right now there is no one who is contesting that. If that were to be contested, see, there are people who are asking questions about the deteriorating performance. So far nobody was asking these questions, and now people are questioning the declining performance. So there is a challenge to the set levels of authority. Okay. A shareholder faction has formed a view opposed to the board, and there is no mechanism other than one annual meeting to resolve. Okay. If share and NPS decline happens, then that family meeting, that becomes a battleground. So for you, either change fundamentally or you might die, or that whole organization will set up this particular theme park. It will just fail completely. Now, from a cultural web perspective, see, strategic drift is a cultural phenomena. It's not a planning failure. You not being able to stay in line with the you not being able to stay abreast of the changes that are taking place in the environment around you. Okay. So paradigm, stories, symbols, power structure, organizational structure, control systems, rituals, and routines. So you have always been a family business that entertains and educates. You might say that we are in a different business. We don't know how hotels work. The entire legend of that organization, it's 50 years experience. It comes from two farmer brothers, uh, that mythical giant that they have built, and a park that is built on family's own land. Okay, it was the country's first theme park, so I'm sure they have a lot of stories to tell in terms of how it was built and how the credibility came and all of that. Then symbols, the Hasper legend itself. Okay, the tallest and longest roller coaster in Deeland, the Glen surname on every board seat, that basically shows that the power is concentrated in the family members only. There is Everybody is from the family. 70% equity is in the hands of board and the founding members. The non-business wala jo shareholders hai, they only own 30%. It's a hereditary thing. Pura everything is within the family. The structure appears flat, and so in the in every department there is a family member, who is sitting at the top. There are no NEDs, no committees, no independent challenge anywhere. There is that control center for ride testing, OAPO inspection, strategic control, and KPIs are collected, but no objectives or targets exist against which to judge them. So only KPI collection हो रहा है, उसका कुछ evaluation application is not happening. And have a look at the conclusion एक बार. अनीश, आपका तो यू आर एन अफिलिएट ना. Guys, are you able to hear me properly? Oh, nice to see you. अपना कुछ बात हुआ है क्या अनीश? CFA का कुछ डिस्कशन वी हैड ना. कुछ तो बात हुआ था, है ना? CFA का, राइट. एंड व्हाट डिड वी से? अच्छा, ओके, करेक्ट. CFA लेवल 1. चलो, मोस्ट, सो आई थिंक people can see me and hear me, huh? Okay, chalo, let's do SWOT and then toes. Strength, what works for you, what is in your favor. The third largest park in Deeland with 16% market share and roughly 144 million तक का revenue है. The Hasper legend, that is inevitable cultural heritage. Only you have that. You were the first theme park in Deeland, but I think you have not really used that to your advantage. You have remained stuck in time, which I think is a limitation. Okay. Then tallest and longest roller coaster in Deeland. There are 26 named rides, and plus, the tallest and longest, that becomes like a point in your favor. There is genuine differentiation, at least on paper, entertainment plus education. They have good operational safety competence. They have been doing it for 50 years. License hasn't gone anywhere. 50 साल से license भी है. Full ownership of all food and retail outlets. So they have full freedom when it comes to decision making. Then uh, because you have not taken money from outsiders, you don't have investors from outside, or you don't have your shares basically in the hands of diverse set of shareholders. You're not answerable to outsiders. All decisions are within the company. Okay. Right now there is no hotel, that is a weakness. You don't have digital capability. Corporate governance, though not there only. 6 family directors, no NEDs, no committees, no internal audit. Then 4 months के लिए you have reduced capacity. You don't have an all-weather substitute for that. Then uh, there is not too much possibility of space expansion, then revenue is concentrated. Two-third revenue is coming from the entry fee only. Okay, you have only 1 or 2 days of training for most of a workforce that triples each spring, by the way, and no stated objectives, targets or CSFs. KPIs are collected but not managed against. ये सब points हम अलग अलग इसमें discuss कर चुके हैं. And another weakness is that no succession plan. ठीक है, opportunities, market growth of over 100% across 5 years in a market approaching 1 billion. Then R and AR, that is an opportunity to grow. That RFID, that is something you don't have right now, that can make things easier for you developing the app. Then adults over 30 years of age, right now they constitute only 9% of the visitors. Then partnership with local accommodation to capture overnight value. You don't have it right now, that is a weakness, but you can definitely build it, right? Then sustainability, right now there are around people below the age of 30, they constitute around 51% of the market, and they are the ones, who want sustainability focused activities. Then you face certain threats, that you have two competitors who are larger than you, and both of them have hotels. You have substitutes also, coastal resorts, hai, museums, zoos, and all of that. There is a global franchisee operator entering Deeland with intellectual property that HW cannot match. So, maybe that international operator is bringing in something like Harry Potter or Disney, and you don't have that right now. A global, so then economic downturn, if that happens, then that has not yet happened, but it can happen. And the first thing it will impact is discretionary spending. With now, this entity will be exposed more, because the first thing that will happen is people will stop coming, so that entrance fee that you are collecting, that will go out. A catastrophic safety accident, jiska likelihood to come hai, but the impact is going to be all encompassing. Cyber attack, customer data loss, and shareholder conflict. Abhi there are 30% shareholders who have started asking questions that could spell challenges for you. ठीक है. Now the TOES application, pairing the options, so that using opportunities and playing to your strengths, there is an opportunity to expand into bringing in VR and AR into your existing rides and tie it up with the Hasper legend. So this is something, which can really put you ahead, because nobody else has that Hasper legend with them. You bring in VR AR, you are far ahead of the program. ठीक है, far ahead of, sorry, basically anyone else in the industry. You can build a genuine curriculum linked schools program using educational heritage and to serve a growing market and fill weekday and capacity school children who are anyway young, who probably are not even allowed to go on those rides. That edutainment option that we discussed, that can be developed. Then strengths cross threats, compete on trust rather than on capital. 50 years of safe operation and family name on the door are defenses a global entrant cannot buy quickly. That is something, you will have to leverage. Use full ownership of food and retail to control the sustainability story end to end. ठीक है. Full ownership of food and retail, that is something, which can keep the margins in the organization, and full control. But yes, there is a threat also, there is a challenge also, कि if something goes wrong, if food quality gets impacted, then naturally you will be the one who will be held accountable. Can any of the weaknesses impact the opportunities, or can you use some of the opportunities to overcome the weaknesses that way? ठीक है. Rebuild the app, add RFID, partner with local accommodation providers. If you can't build a hotel right now, you could have, like some hotels which are operating in your vicinity, you could partner with them. And that over 30 wala jo segment hai, which is bringing in the least amount of revenue, maybe, you could collaborate with them in some way. Then weaknesses and threats. Reform governance immediately, appoint independent entities, establish committees, make sure that you become answerable to the NBA shareholders also, and you will have to strengthen your defenses against catastrophic events and cyber risks. This is a precondition for accessing outside finance, and because a lender will definitely look into these factors. You are still exposed to the vagaries of the weather. So you will have to take steps so that even if there is a rainfall which will be there in those 4 months, your revenue still doesn't get impacted to the same extent. And you will have to formalize succession planning, because that is a weakness which can eventually turn into a threat for you. Okay, chalo. Now, uh, competitive strategy, the strategy clock and pricing. Okay, there are three generic strategies that we know: cost leadership, differentiation, focus strategy. um, do you think cost leadership होगा इसके केस में? Have you been given any information which tells you that HW focuses on cost leadership and is the lowest cost operator in that sector? No, nothing on that front. Differentiation, I think yes. Differentiation right now, that whatever that legend, local mythological legend that you have, that is a differentiator. You are probably one of the few ones, or probably the only one, who is offering entertainment and education together. Okay. Now, you are basically, you appeal across the demographic range. You have 26 rides with the tallest and longest coaster also. So this is broad differentiation. And what is focus strategy? Can you let me know in the chat box? Niche market, right? Right now you don't have that, but that is where you should move. You are the number 3 player in the market, right? You have limitation in terms of land, but that inimitable heritage is, something that can actually bring in focus differentiation. So probably you don't have to compete with SpaceParc and Dynoland, but you can use your current competitive advantage and drive it further. ठीक है? So that combining education and entertainment and focus on that national heritage, I think that is something, which can really bring about a difference in the way you are perceived. Please have a look. मैंने बार बार लिखा है, हाँ, डू नॉट फोर्स एनी मॉडल ऑन टू द केस लाइक a specific expectation to do that. ठीक है. Now let's talk about strategy clock, perceived value versus price in terms of differentiation. Okay, no frills, no differentiation, no nothing unique. Then low price, hybrid. This is HW today, broad differentiation with an education twist. Focus differentiation is where you should be headed: increased price and standard product, increased price and low value at standard price. This is the last one. Basically, this is where you need to reach focused differentiation. Recommended position, very high perceived value at a premium price. So for that defined segment, families seeking education, heritage based day out, schools, clubs, and all of that. Okay. HW's 40% of market is family segment, plus its unique legend make this credible in a way that world leader does not. Okay, now pricing strategy. Admission fee, all rides free. Single tier bundle pricing, simple and fair feeling, but forfeits all ability to pay price by ride, by queue, or by experience quality. I think some people, might have a problem with the admission fee, because they will feel here the admission fee is too high. Someone who goes to that theme park who doesn't even use all the rides, he will feel here ye kya, what is the meaning of all this? Because I am paying 1000 but मैं सिर्फ एक ride में बैठ रहा हूँ, तो I'm not getting value for money here. ठीक है. People under 5 free with a paying adult. This way, removes the barrier to family visits, recovers value through accompanying adults and secondary spend, because people will go to the food court, people will eat. Then discount for booking online, channel based discrimination, shifts demand to a cheaper channel, and importantly delivers advance cash and forecastable demand. You will know how many people are visiting on each day in advance, and you can plan your staff movements accordingly. Family and group tickets, that is volume discrimination, raises transaction value, targets the 40% family segment. School and youth club offers segment discrimination, that educational mission के लिए it helps. And monthly and annual season tickets, that is subscription or lock-in. This is where you have guaranteed revenue, repeat visits. See, a person has, although he might pay for that season ticket once, but every time he comes he will eat, he will have water, and you will make money there. Plus you own all the restaurants, so wo pura paisa will come to you. What is present? Dynamic or demand based pricing. Like the moment it rains in Noida or any part of the country, Ola, Uber, Rapido prices go up. That is dynamic demand based pricing. Premium or fast track products, once inside everything is free, so no visitor can pay to skip a queue, ride faster, or access a premium experience. Given that queue management is an industry standard, is an industry standard app function and HW has none, this is revenue left entirely on the table. It's not there. Ab, I don't know how many of you know this, but Mumbai locals में, by the way, जो सेकंड क्लास है उसके लिए क्यू होता है, फर्स्ट क्लास के लिए देयर इज नो क्यू व्हेन यू आर बुकिंग अ टिकट, नॉट व्हेन यू आर बोर्डिंग द ट्रेन. सो you are a premium customer, they can do it and maybe charge for other aspects. ठीक है, and maybe take a premium and you can cut the line. जैसे YouTube में you pay premium, but then after that you don't have to really bother for ads and everything. I think that's the best thing that you can do. Seasonal pricing that reflects the offer. The pre-scene does not say that the admission fee falls from November to February, when the largest coasters, water slides, and gap and drop rides are shut. If it does not, visitors are paying full price for a materially reduced park, a direct NPS risk. So customers might feel कि यार पूरा पैसा तो दे दिया, but the biggest rides and the biggest attractions are not functioning, so we paid but we are not getting the service. ठीक है. And you don't also have any bundled stay and play packages which require accommodation partners, and HW does not have those. ठीक है. एक बार have a look at what is absent and the paragraph before that for pricing recommendation. ठीक है. Now, ANSOF growth methods and BCG portfolio. Acha, market penetration, do more of what you are doing right now in the current market. Product development, be in the same market but have a new offering. Market development, same product but go to a new market. ठीक है. Over 30s, corporates, inbound tourists from foreign lands, and diversification. add a new business. On-site resort and hotel will basically help with that. Product development में आएगा VR, AR overlays and a ride that can function in all the weathers. Market penetration, season tickets, focus on the app. ठीक है. Now, market penetration. So what you could do is in market penetration, you need more in the same market, more of the same product in the same market. Go deeper, tap other avenues through which you can generate sales. Ticket sales के साथ maybe give some discounts for app downloads and increase the adoption of that app, and then you can have more people. Try to go into, let's say, those people who are above the age of 30. How can you, okay, maybe not, that is not market penetration, that is a new sector, but that family wala jo segment hai, which basically accounts for 40%, target them. Janvi says loyalty program, that would be a good point. Product development, I think VRAR is already it has everyone's attention, so you could work on that. Then market development, target the badly underserved over 30 segment at just 9% of visitors. Pursue international visitors more actively through inbound tour partnerships. And this is something which you should really take very seriously, because right now that international tourist wala jo segment hai, that is not getting serviced at all. And diversification, hotel wala point, though I think we have been yelling about it from the first discussion. ठीक है. Now, how can there are different methods of strategic development: organic growth, acquisition, joint venture, strategic alliance, franchising, licensing. ठीक है. Organic growth, rebuild your app, develop the VRAR capability. So that is something you do in house. It will take time. It will involve significant investment. Acquisition strategy से भी you can grow, by the way. Buy a smaller park from the other players in the market, or buy a local hotel that can help you deliver that capacity which you don't have currently. A joint venture or a strategic alliance, partner with a local hotel operator who builds and runs accommodation. So maybe it should be someone who is very close to the HW land, or if you can't develop the VRAR capability, see if there is anyone with whom you can build that partnership. So you have to pay per usage, that is the outflow, but you don't have to wait till the capability is developed. Partner with someone who already has that capacity. ठीक है. Then franchising, licensing, license the Hasper legend for media. So media, books, merchandise outside the park, I think this is something which they can try, and we don't have any information on that front right now. ठीक है. In the BCG portfolio matrix, core rides and admission, food and beverage, high market share, low growth. These are your cash cows. Low market growth and low relative market share is dogs. These are old flat rides and merchandise. ठीक है. Low market share but high market growth. On-site hotel, you don't have any right now. The VRAR attraction, that is where the biggest growth potential lies, but there are risks also. And that latest coaster that you have set up, that is high relative market share and high market growth. ठीक है. Now you know how a BCG matrix works. We have discussed that. Just have a look at the four quadrants and HW's position once. ठीक है. Okay. Now, the suitability, acceptability, feasibility wala point. Whenever we want to start a new project, whenever we want to, ये hotel wala जो option है, there I think that is something, which can be subjected to suitability, acceptability, feasibility analysis. Then the VRAR expenditure, rebuilding the app and RFID. Suitability means, does it fit in with what we are doing and where we want to go? Acceptability, or will it be acceptable to all the stakeholders, risk return included? And then feasibility is basically, do you have the resources and the competency to do that? Okay. Now, rebuild the app and RFID. Suitability, yes, it will fit in a very nice way. It aligns with what we want to do, directly closes the largest capability gap, and the technological challenge gets addressed. Acceptability will be high. Modest capital against 144 million of revenue, low execution risk, it will only make things easier and management simpler. Feasibility, HW already has a website, it has an app. There's some functionalities have to be added to the app. Okay. And then you can also bring in the weather data. So right now I think it scores well on all the three fronts. The VRAR outlay on the and theme to the Hasper legend. So suitability is high. It will be an inimitable asset, and that outdated attraction wala jo issue hai, that will get addressed in many ways. It renews the estate without, मतलब पूरा का पूरा theme park will get an uplift without having to expand it in any way. But see, acceptability is medium, meaningful capital and a technology HW has never operated, but it is incremental and reversible. Start with two or three rides, measure NPS, and then scale. ठीक है. Feasibility is also medium. HW has ride operations competence but no VRAR competence. It requires a technology partner because developing it in-house might become time consuming and more expensive probably. That accommodation thing, suitable, yes, this is the biggest gap right now. Is it acceptable? See, returns are shared rather than owned. So if you have a partnership model, instead of owning the hotel, whatever returns are generated, you have a partnership, so you will get a share of the return. If you build your own hotel on the site, then you will not have to share the returns, but there is a huge capital expenditure that will be required. You will need debt or you will need equity. If you bring in equity from outside, the family control will get diluted, and you wouldn't want that. They want that capability, that capacity within the company. They don't want to give it away. And feasibility is also low. Hotel management is a competence no board member has. So their competence or their skill lies in this it lies specifically in theme parks, not here. ठीक है. एक बार पढ़ो recommendation and sequencing. ठीक है. Now, CSF's KPIs, benchmarking, balanced scorecard, and the Balridge model. Okay. Now, the company has KPIs, but it has no objectives and it has no critical success factors. So, there is nothing that is connecting it to the mission. ठीक है. Uncompromising safety could be a critical success factor. Ride relevance and innovation, people are feeling कि यार ये outdated है, so making that ride up to date, or infusing the latest cultural elements, I think that is what will make it relevant and pull more people. So I think that should be the one thing that you can focus on. Visitor experience is something that cannot be negotiated with, that cannot be compromised with. And word of mouth and social media is what will actually help you get more and more visitors. The NPS has to be better than the industry average. That could be your KPI. The revenue per visitor, see, with no hotel revenue, HW structural yield ceiling is lower than its rivals. So yield is a lever it does not control. It does not have that hotel right now, which is why the revenue per visitor is lower than the industry standard. The seasonal workforce capability, uh, because three-fourth of your total workforce in the peak season is your seasonal workforce, so they have to be trained. Their training hours are important. Probably conduct an assessment before they are deployed on the rides. So training hours per seasonal worker, percentage passing, role competency assessment. So conduct an assessment, practical assessment, and if they clear, only then deploy them on the ride. So these are the ways in which you could measure the capability of the seasonal workforce. Then sustainability credentials. There are more than half of your customers prioritize sustainable choices. So how could you measure, and what is it that you could show to these customers who are focusing on sustainability? Energy consumption per visitor, then percentage of renewable energy, how much is generated from solar and all of these sources, then waste to landfill per visitor, what is the recycling rate, water consumption, carbon footprint. These are good sustainability credentials. And all weather resilience, matlab having a ride that basically works in all the different weather conditions. I think that would be a major factor here. So ride availability days, is it available on all days? Days lost to weather, these will be the factors that can help you to measure the success. ठीक है. Benchmarking, HW already benchmarks in two places. The pre-seen charts its year-on-year visitor attendance growth and its NPS against the industry average. That is competitive benchmarking, but it is incomplete. ठीक है. Compare perform, so you could do internal benchmarking. There are three separate CGUs or three separate lands in the organization, in the theme park. You could do internal benchmarking, you could do competitive benchmarking, which you have already done partly, but you should extend it to SpaceParc and Dynoland also. And then you could do functional or process benchmarking, where you could benchmark queue management with airports, seasonal workforce onboarding against large retailers. So एक एक प्रोसेस को कैसे इंप्रूव करना है, you could do that as well. ठीक है. And from a strategic perspective, you could benchmark against other family owned businesses. ठीक है. What is this now? This is your benchmarking analysis. So right portfolio share, digital capability, accommodation and stay length. इधर तो कुछ भी नहीं है. Sustainability evidence, governance quality. See, heritage and theming इसमें you are at the top, but digital capability you are not very far from point zero. Right portfolio, you have different types of rights, so this is sufficiently high. But something like accommodation and stay length, इसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं है. You are on zero. Everybody else is far ahead of you. This is what your rivals are doing. This is where you are. ठीक है. Have a look at this diagram once. Hotels could be as per theme, yes. People in batch 1 and batch 2, you have access to the Google Drive. वहीं पे अपलोड होगा. ठीक है. Now the balanced scorecard analysis में you just don't focus on financial factors, you focus on customer, internal processes, learning and growth. See, financial parameters to succeed financially. How should we appear to our shareholders, including the 30% who are not in the business? Because if they are unhappy, they might sell their stake, and naturally then that stake might go to an outsider who is not aligned with the family, or some member of the family will have to purchase it, to pura disturb ho jayega. You should be looking at revenue per visitor, spend per visitor. You should work on improving your market share, return on capital invested in new attractions, and off season revenue as a percentage of total. ठीक है. Right now you will have to check whether your NPS is better than the industry, which it is at par but not better. ठीक है. You will have to focus on visitor numbers, year on year growth. How many people are buying repeat tickets? Are there any season tickets? Are there any renewals on season tickets? What is the average queue time? Is ride available at all the time? Are the customers going home unhappy? You will have to check that. Then internal processes mein, what are the activities that we must excel at in order to be successful? Safety incident rate, ठीक है. Then outcome of that OAPO inspection, and in a way it's been good because 50 years that you have kept that license. Then planned maintenance completed on schedule, that is a critical business process. Then ride availability and downtime, not like State Bank of India. Food hygiene inspection score, no compromise in the quality of the food that you are offering. Then learning and growth, how will we sustain our ability to change and improve? You have to increase the training hours per seasonal worker. Right now it's like बहुत ही कम है. Then service staff return rate, sorry, seasonal staff return rate, are they coming back? Because if they have worked for 1 year, in the next year, उनके लिए उतना training will not be required. Staff engagement and turnover, digital skills which are necessary for the workforce. ठीक है. Why the scorecard matters specifically to Hasper World? Have a look at this. I'll be back in a moment. Just have a look at this. Why the balanced scorecard matters. Okay. Now, the Baldrige performance excellence model applied here: leader, strategy, customers, workforce, operations, measurement, analysis, knowledge management, and results. Eight different categories. And how is the seven different categories? And how is the organization performing? Leadership weak, because Baldrige examines whether leaders provide clear, well communicated goals, whether governance applies best practice, whether all stakeholder views are considered, and whether wider social responsibilities are addressed. Company fails on all four: no stated objectives, no NEDs, corporate governance nahi, is literally absent. 30% of the shareholders are unheard between annual councils, and there is no evidence of environmental value. Strategy, no clear objective. See, Baldrige asks whether the organization has clear objectives, can create strategic plans, whether plans fit objectives or not, whether resources are provided, and whether success is measured. HW has a mission, a vision, and values, but no objectives, no disclosed plans. So, strategy front, maybe it is weak. On the customer front, segmented pricing shows a little bit of thinking. Social media collects feedback. NPS is measured against the industry. But right now, because they don't have the digital capabilities, कोई personalization नहीं हो रहा है. ठीक है. Workforce, Baldrige looks at recruitment and retention, career progression, training development, reward appraisal, and engagement. HW recruitment तो करता है, but training is minimal. There is nothing on progression, reward appraisal, or any of these aspects. ठीक है. Operations quite strong. The control center, ride operator testing, that is working properly. uh, in terms of measurement, analysis, and knowledge management, the biggest problem here is that you are collecting KPIs but doing nothing with it. CSFs have critical success factors have not been defined anywhere, and results are basically declining right now. Companies overall market share has also gone down. Okay. Now, in terms of corporate governance, division of responsibilities between chairperson and chief executive, there is a breach. The roles are formally split. Arthur Glen is the chairperson, Claude Glen is the managing director, but the chairperson is the managing director's father. So basically, the reason for splitting that is, they should be able to question each other, they should be able to hold each other accountable. Now, a father is chairing his son, so they are basically jointly controlling the company. So सिर्फ नाम का separation है between a chairperson and chief executive, but it is actually not happening. Board composition, there are no non-executive directors, so that part has failed. In terms of board committees, there are no committees whatsoever. Audit committee, risk committee nahi hai, so again there is a breach. Chairperson's tenure and effectiveness, by the way, this chairperson is 80 years old. Not wanting to take away from senior and experienced people, but he has retired from day-to-day activities a long time ago. There is no succession plan in place, and I don't know, because he has been there for so long. Ideal corporate governance codes say that you should be there for 9 years and no more. So वहाँ पे भी I see a failure. Then board diversity, gender diversity is there, but diversity of background, experience, sector experience, all of that is not there, because everybody is from the family only. IT wala head and all of those capabilities are not present. Then board evaluation, no annual board performance evaluation, internally or externally facilitated, at least दिया नहीं है. There is no one who is evaluating the performance of the board. पूरा family driven business है. ठीक है. Risk management and internal control oversight, there is a risk report covering 5 categories, better than having nothing. And shareholder relations are failing, by the way, because 30% of the shareholders have started questioning here, why are XYZ, why is the revenue declining? So they have started asking questions now. And remuneration, see, there is no remuneration committee, so directors are setting their own pay, they are deciding their own salaries. So so I think that's one of the biggest corporate governance breaches. Okay, have a quick look. Guys, I have said it so many times, I'll give access to this. Please have patience, let me at least finish the session ना, मैंने बोला है मैं दे दूंगा. I told you when the video gets processed, I will add the link in the video description. Right? I said it at the beginning. I'll do it. Don't worry. The analysis is happening. मैंने अभी तक कहीं पे भी अपलोड नहीं किया है. कम से कम खत्म तो होने दो. I'll do it after that. ठीक है. चलो. So appointment is by birth, but in pre-scene it was written joined from small roles and then became director. Okay. So see, right now हम क्या कर रहे हैं? We are basically trying to look at this data और सारे एंगल से उसको एनालाइज कर रहे हैं. So आई एम बिल्डिंग द थॉट इन योर माइंड कि ये इस एंगल से देखो, इस एंगल से देखो, उस एंगल से देखो. अब पेपर में नेचुरली इट्स गोइंग टू बी डिफरेंट, मतलब बट द नॉलेज दैट यू हैव गेन्ड राइट नाउ, दैट नॉलेज विल कम इन वेरी वेरी हैंडी. ठीक है. सो I have some more activities planned for you on pre-scene. Don't worry, I'll announce all of those. I'll make sure that you go to the exam 100% ready. Don't worry about that. Now, what are some of the recommendations on corporate governance? Appoint at least two independent NEDs, establish audit committee, risk committee, nomination committee, remuneration committee, plus the chairperson succession plan should be in place. You can't say, "Arey, kick him out," but make sure that it is an independent chair if possible. Then give these non-business shareholders a way to express their concerns, and commission on external board evaluation. Low cost, low threat step that a family board is more likely to accept than immediate structural change. Basically, what we are suggesting here is ki, make sure that you have or you establish a system where board ka performance evaluation is happening. See, because when board ka performance evaluation happens, they see you are not bringing in structural change. You are not asking anyone to leave. You are just basically trying to say कि we will evaluate your performance and then let's see how it goes from there. ठीक है. अब stakeholders, Mendelov, and agency theory. That is the next part. Now, low par, high interest is the first category, which is under the keep informed category. Your seasonal workers, nearly 300, they have low par, but they have high interest because their income will depend upon whether you are giving them a job or not. Individually they have little power, collectively they might be able to disrupt the entire activity. ठीक है. Full time staff also, their livelihood depends on HW. You have around 100 full time employees. Then visitors and season ticket holders, individually they are weak but collectively powerful enough through social media. Maybe 5 6 years ago we wouldn't have written this point. Then the local community, it supplies the labor pool, and उसका जब patronage है, only then you can operate in that particular country or that particular region. So these are your low par high interest stakeholders. Then your low par low interest stakeholders who require minimal effort, general public who never visit, कुछ उनके लिए करना नहीं है. Food, beverage and merchandise suppliers, they are numerous and substitutable. So again, nothing to be done. You don't have to make any effort. Media, unless and until a bad event occurs which can derail your operations, you are okay, you are safe. Who comes in high power, low interest category? People you need to keep satisfied. This is the Deeland government, sets the framework within which OAPO operates. Then you have specialist ride inspectors, potential finance providers, because if the company wants to expand, they will have to be involved, and then environmental regulators and pressure groups. They have low interest right now, but see, these are people, who basically form 51% of your customer base. If you don't prioritize sustainability, they might stop visiting you overall. है ना? And high power, high interest stakeholders who are the key players. One is OAPO, which sets all the standards. It is the single most important player for you because this authority, it renews your license. ठीक है, they are key players. Executive board members, all the directors, the founders, the NBA shareholders, because they always had the power, but they have started expressing the concern right now. So the power dynamics have changed. Then ride manufacturers control safe, because ride manufacturers give you the rides, and the safety of the rides is super critical. Okay, so they again fall in the key player category. The dynamic that defines the case. See, Mendelo's real value is in movement. And I think we had discussed this back in the day when the whole discussion was on. Ki yaar, the classification is not static. People will move from one category to another. The NBA shareholders have not gained power. They have always held 30%. So what has changed is their interest. And that has happened because and that has moved them from keep satisfied to key players category. They have started questioning the data. They have not the data. They have started questioning the trailing profitability. So the classification has changed. Okay. Now, agency theory does not apply here in standard form. Okay. But the agency theory applies here in a different way, because the 30% members of the everything is family owned. Basically, they might be discussing things over dinner in terms of strategy, because it's a family business truly and completely. But 30% of them have now become unhappy. They have also given money to the company. They don't participate in the day-to-day functioning of the company. So they should know what is it that they are getting, and they have a right to question why are the profits and the revenues declining. Okay. So principal conflict here, it's not principal versus agent. Here you have 30% shareholders who don't participate in running the company versus the others who are actively involved in running the company, plus the co-founders. Okay. Altruism and entrenchment. Family firms appoint relatives rather than best candidates. HW's board positions have only ever been held by Glen family members. So I think this is not professional management, and the organization's success is definitely going to be impacted. Okay. Stewardship theory holds that managers who identify strongly with an organization act as stewards rather than self-interested agents. Okay. See, naturally, it's all in the family, right? They all believe in the same cause. They all believe in the same set of schemes. So, I think this one aspect कि यूजुअली क्या होता है, पीपल हु आर रनिंग द बिजनेस, ठीक है, पीपल हु आर रनिंग द बिजनेस एंड पीपल हु आर providing the money, they are different people na? That is where the issue is, but here it is the same set of people basically. So that kind of conflict is not there. So in a way you get to be away from that. But the principal to principal conflict, I think here is a slightly more some problem. And see, you will need to get independent NEDs. You have to make transparent reporting to all the shareholders, the minority ones included. And a dividend policy might help, because they are getting मतलब उनको भी तकलीफ हो रहा है with the trailing profits. ठीक है. Now, in terms of what kind of leadership does the pre-scene show? Transformational versus transactional. Hendrik and Arthur were transformational leaders. They had a vision, they wanted social change. Right now, the leadership feels transactional and custodial. Okay. Claude Glen, see, he has been in the business for 30 years. He knows everything. He has started as a ride operator. He was then customer service manager. So एक area he has handled. That is genuine strength. ठीक है. He understands the business right from the bottom. but that could be a weakness also. He has not worked anywhere else for anyone else, so he is only inward looking. He doesn't know how the outside world works. Arthur Glen as the chair, he's over 80. He has retired from day-to-day management, but he's still the chairperson, probably because of his lack of touch with the ground reality. He might not be able to understand the problems that you are facing. Okay. So the situational and contingency theories argue that effective leadership depends upon the demands of the situation, and HW situation जो strategic drift हो रहा है, that basically calls for a leadership change. You will need someone to kind of steer you out of the strategic drift that you are facing right now. You are not saying the people are wrong, but they might not be the right ones to steer you out of the strategic drift wala problem that you are facing, right? Frequency of annual meetings could be one of the recommendations, but the annual meetings will become more effective when actually you have at least some uh, independence brought in. Right now it's all वो थोड़ा patriarchal system जैसा हो रहा है, everybody looking at the family senior for making decisions. ठीक है. What are the leadership skills that are demanded? Environmental scanning, change leadership, stakeholder management. How will you tackle the 30% dissatisfied block without fracturing the family? Digital literacy at the board level, currently not present at all in a business whose largest capability gap is digital. You need that. Even the board needs to be educated. ठीक है. The board of directors, roles, committees, diversity, and reporting. Strategic aims and direction, not no objectives, no targets, no disclosed strategic plan. Very weak. Providing leadership to put strategy into effect. Operationally, you are strong because you know that control room and everything. You have set up the right processes, but in terms of supervising management, there is no separation, no independent element, mostly self supervision chal raha hai, because it's all in the family. Determining the nature and extent of a risk to be taken, you have a risk report, but there is no stated risk appetite, there is no risk committee, there is no risk manager. Quite a lot of risks are omitted. Then ensuring sound internal control and risk management. Operational controls are strong, but there is no, they have not mentioned anything about, if you remember the lines of defense model that we had studied, nothing on the internal audit front is given to you. Your reporting to shareholders is weak. One family council a year for shareholders holding 30% of the equity, bound to get dissatisfied. No succession planning, setting values and standards, that is there. ठीक है. It is more of a unitary board. Okay, have a look at this para. ठीक है. You need 4 committees: audit committee to oversee financial reporting integrity and basically to establish and oversee an internal audit function. You need a risk committee because there's a huge list of risks that the company faces, and you need someone to monitor that and take responsibility. ठीक है. You need a nomination committee because अब अभी जो आपका board है that doesn't have experience on hospitality, technology, sustainability, none of that is present right now. And you need a remuneration committee. We have already established that. In terms of board diversity, gender, में 2 of the 6 directors are women, which is okay. Age, chairperson is above 80. No director appears to be of the age of HW's core visitor base. 51% of the visitors are in the 13 to 29 age group. 240 of their staff is in the 18 to 25 age group, but you don't have anyone from that age group in the management. And which is why you might not know what the young generation wants. Okay, background and experience zero, diversity everybody's from the same family, independence zero, no director is independent of the family, skills functional coverage is there on paper, finance operations वो सब है, but ये hospitality हो गया, then ये सारे sectors where you need people, that is not there, technology का कोई नहीं है. So I think we are falling behind on that one. There is no one for sustainability, there is no audit expertise, that's not there. ठीक है. What the board should receive, but the pre-scene does not include. The board should receive a balanced scorecard covering all the four perspectives. You should have a separate safety and incident wala report. You should have competitive intelligence report on what other competitors are doing and what you are delivering. NPS analysis chahiye, ride estate reporting, age of the ride, condition of the ride, when is the next upkeep, when is the next maintenance, satisfaction score, everything. Okay. You need sustainability data, energy, waste, water, and all of those fronts, and you need a risk register and a risk map. है ना? Shareholders, the NBA shareholders, they get one meeting a year. That is not enough. There has to be, I think one of you pointed out in the comment section that there has to be that frequency of meetings, it should be increased, which is not happening right now, by the way. So I believe that is also a major gap. Okay. Now, sustainability, integrated reporting, and the six capitals. 53% of Deeland visitors prioritize sustainable choices. You have around 51 visitors under the age of 30 who prefer sustainable choices, and your staff is in that same age group of 18 to 25. They must also they would also want to work for organizations who are, and they are students, by the way, they are not uneducated people, they are students. So they would be looking at sustainability related metrics also. So you have to really work on that. In terms of Hasper, on the environmental front, there is a lot of energy consumption, 26 ride control center CCTV, water slides must be using a lot of water. Waste hai food and beverage, which is basically generating around one fourth of the revenue. Plus merchandising, I think there is waste generation that is going to happen. And you have basically occupied 2 square kilometers of former farmland. So naturally, that biodiversity in that area might be affected. And visitors travel to the park in the rural northern region is likely HW's largest indirect emission by far. So it's that theme park is naturally outside the city, so people travel, and in the buses and all that creates pollution. What you could do is you could install solar panels, improve the waste recycling systems. This is given in the pre-scene itself. Okay. You can control sourcing, portion, packaging, and make sure that the waste is minimized. Okay. Now, on the social front, ठीक you have provided employment in the rural region, nearly 300 seasonal jobs, mostly for students which and people who need flexible work. You have given discounted access to schools, youth clubs, so all of that works for you. Plus there is a commitment that you will be helping the local community in its projects. Educational purpose kind of stands out. But what is negative is that I think someone pointed out na, ki they will create a ruckus. So these people, they get employment only for 8 months and not for the remaining 4 months. So naturally, that might be one of the negative factors. And you don't have any disclosed progress plans or growth plans for anyone. You could convert seasonal employment into a genuine development offer. That is one of the aspects that you can evaluate. Okay. Now, environmental management systems में you can have the ISO 14001, ISO 14000 certification, internationally recognized standard for environmental management systems, and there is a certification which is basically provided to you after an external audit happens. You should do that, because your core audience wants it, not ISO certification specifically, but they want you to be more aligned on the sustainability front. And on EMAS, I think एक किसी पेपर में ना EMAS पे क्वेश्चन आया है, right? So mm, EMAS is more demanding than ISO 14001, requires an environmental review, a published and independently verified environmental statement, demonstrated continuous improvement in performance and employee involvement. Now, naturally, it is requires a lot of commitment, capital commitment, human commitment. But yes, if you get that, then naturally your core stakeholders are going to be more aligned with you. ठीक है. Then the six capitals का description एक बार देखो तो. ठीक है. I think we have been discussing all of these points पहले से, so there is nothing new. But yes, you should know from an integrated reporting perspective what are the points. ठीक है. Now, internal control systems and COSO. The elements of an internal control system: first is control environment, tone at the top, six family directors, no NEDs, no committees. So whatever they decide, that will be followed. There is a huge risk of management overriding controls. Risk assessment, by the way, they have a five category risk report, but there are quite a lot of risk areas that are not covered. In terms of control activities, there is a control center, ride operator testing, OAPO inspection, three-tier ride roles. So there is a supervisor who is checking the work of the of the person who is actually executing, and then there is someone who is acting like an assistant also. And information and communication, control center, radio net and CCTV strong, but board level management information and NBA reporting, the non-business shareholders, unka reporting is weak. And monitoring activities, OAPO, by the way, conducts an annual review. So for the license and all, it is there. Okay. Now, component by component measurement, right now in the control environment, there is no independent oversight. Family members ही सब कुछ कर रहे हैं. No board evaluation is happening. There is nothing that they have told you about the whistleblowing channel. There is no code of conduct that is disclosed. ठीक है. Then risk assessment. A structured risk report exists covering five categories, but there are quite a few that are missing. Control activities, CCTV network strong hai. The control center monitors hardware and software of each rides. Ride operators have to pass a series of tests. Supervisors are experienced. So on that front, I think you are working. But the ride assistants are a problem because they are hired from that seasonal staff. Seasonal staff जिसको आप 1 or 2 days का training देते हो, you are basically taking people from that category. So I think that becomes a limitation. That can be a problem later. Information and communication is excellent at the operational layer. ठीक है, control center communicates with supervisors, operators, everyone. But the upward communication is weak. There is no strategic management information system anywhere, and the 30% shareholders are not getting the information they need at the right time. In terms of monitoring, I think one of the biggest weaknesses is that there is no internal audit function, no audit committee, no clients. There is only you only are your own supervisor, so that will become a problem in the long run. Okay. Now look at the recommended control improvements. Have a look again based on what we read just now. Okay. Now, you need an internal audit function because it's like one line of defense that you can have or you must have in the system. Internal audit basically looks at processes, identifies the risk, and suggests areas of improvement. Looking at the number of rights that you have and looking at the severity of risks, I think you need an internal audit function. The scale of operations is sufficiently large. You need audit of processes, audit of risk areas happening. ठीक है. Internal audit ka cost will be less, but all these inefficiencies and deficiencies can be removed. And it is, see, when the internal audit function identifies weak areas, you will be able to uh, basically scale that up and make sure that those recommendations are implemented. And there are certain problems with the existing system. The NBA shareholders are saying that they are not getting their information that is required, and they have flat concerns about performance. And internal audit can help you to fix some part of that. Okay. Now the bigger issues here, see, specifically in a family firm now, I think independence is harder to achieve than in a listed company. The auditor's client is a family, not a set of shareholders. So it's like basically blame game ho jayega. Point, you will end up pointing fingers at the other person. There is a threat that if it becomes uncomfortable, the auditor will be removed. There is a lot of self-interest, self-serving threat that is here. There could be intimidation of the audit that the auditor might feel in order to produce a certain result. So I think these problems remain. The four lines of defense: the day-to-day management, the oversight of the framework, then see, ride operators के लिए there is a ride supervisor. So सिर्फ that is one area where you actually have a second line of defense. Third line of defense is that the independent assurance and internal audit that is missing right now. And the fourth line of defense, external bodies, OAPO inspectors, they will come from outside. But before the issue gets flagged by OAPO inspectors, you should have had a body internally, or you should have had people internally who would have helped you to tackle with this. But second and third line of defense is missing at this organization. Okay. Now the compliance part, you need to comply with the OAPO standards, the requirements of the annual operating license. See, the rights that you are operating, they must have come with very strict guidelines from the uh, manufacturer. You need to comply with those. Then health and safety, food hygiene and employment law, I think the labor law related jo issues hai, those are again going to be critical. And then data protection, because you hold data of so many people on your website and your app. So security of that data would be again another challenge. So cyber security threats, data leakage and all of that can be or will be areas that you will have to comply with. Now risk, I think risk is one area जिसपे every attempt will test something or the other on the topic of risk. Now, risk management strategy should be aligned with business strategy. Basically, once you know what is the board trying to achieve, then you will know where does the risk lie and how do you tackle specific areas of risk, that are stated. अभी तो यहाँ पे there is no stated risk appetite, ठीक है? So it is very difficult for us to do that kind of analysis, right? For operational safety, there is absolutely super low risk appetite. You should not मतलब उसके साथ खेलना अलाउड नहीं है. पीपल विल डाई. ब्रेकिंग सिस्टम वगैरह फेल हो गया ना, तो इट स्पेल्स डूम फॉर योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. देन strategic and investment risk, right now the appetite for that is very low. The hotel has been rejected because it doesn't align with your area of expertise of 50 years. Then no AR, no VR, no RFID. What the board thinks is that if we don't take any action, everything will be fine, but that's not how it will work. Then for governance risk, there is high tolerance, by the way, in this company, because there are no NEDs, no committees, no internal audit, nothing. And then financial risk, again, that is the tolerance for that is pretty low. They have not taken, at least in this data, कोई debt नहीं है. And then 100% family का उसमें equity है. ठीक है. Now, what I have here is a 14-point risk register. ठीक है. Let's have a look. We have discussed these risks, by the way. एक हमने लंबा चौड़ा risk का ये बनाया था, है ना? So have a look at the risk register. Cyber attack, data loss or corruption, technology related risk, medium likelihood, but impact will be very high. Website or mobile app failure, high likelihood because वो app अच्छे से developed ही नहीं है. Impact will be medium because not too many people use that app. So that in a way has worked out for you. Then family succession failure, shareholder conflict हो जाएगा. Already you have 30% dissident stakeholders. The impact will be far reaching if at all it happens. And because these 30% stakeholders have started raising their concerns, now the likelihood of that event occurring is medium instead of low. Adverse weather conditions and climate change extending the closure window, high possibility of happening. And if it happens, then it will be the impact will be medium. See, 4 months of reduced capacity hai, but it is not everything that gets shut down. There are still activities that work in the organization. Then seasonal labor shortage or competence failure, this is not in the risk register. What if you fail to recruit people from that 18 to 25 wala age group, and there is, or there are competence failure, matlab that training is not enough, they are deployed on the job without having enough knowledge, that is also a risk. Then competitor capture of the overnight and resort market. See, other industries have started growing. हाँ, other companies have gone from 3% to 12%. आपने कुछ नहीं किया है. If you stay like this, ना, you will end up losing that entire opportunity and you will suffer. Food hygiene breach, right now the probability is low. That is an industry level challenge. But if it occurs, then naturally the impact will be felt. Suspension of license अगर हो गया, तो that is not in the risk register, by the way, but the impact is going to be extreme. The impact is going to be devastating. ठीक है. And the likelihood of that event is low. ठीक है. Then in terms of economic downturn अगर हो, reduce discretionary spending on leisure activities, impact will be high. ठीक है, ये industry level challenge है. Then sabotage or malicious attack, someone deliberately trying to knock down your physical premises and knock down your cyber security by attacking the systems, the impact will be extreme, although likelihood is very low. Reputational damage via social media, it has been disclosed by HW. Basically, the reputational damage on social media can have an impact on every other risk and amplify them. ठीक है. Right manufacturer dependency, right now they have not mentioned it in HW's risk register. Staff follow detailed manufacturer guidelines for inspection and safety, creating single source dependency for safety critical documentation and parts over an asset life measured in decades. अब ये rights भी ऐसे 2-2 साल में तो it will not go out, right? So there will be long relations that you will end up fostering, and right now the chance of that occurring is very low, but if it does, then there will be a medium impact. ठीक है. रिस्क हीट मैप, इसको ना मैंने देखो रिस्क को मैंने नाम दिया है R1 R2 R3 दैट वे। ठीक, और भी रिस्क हो सकते हैं, दीज आर जस्ट सम ऑफ द रिस्क एंड देन आई कैन प्लॉट देम ऑन अ रिस्क हीट मैप। दिस इज द रिस्कीएस्ट वन, दिस इज द लोएस्ट वन। यहाँ पे अगर आप देखो लॉस और सस्पेंशन ऑफ ओएपीओ लाइसेंस है, फर्स्ट रिस्क है कैटास्ट्रोफी राइट सेफ्टी हैंडलिंग, इसमें कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया तो द इम्पैक्ट विल बी एक्सट्रीम, पीपल डाइंग, पीपल गेटिंग इंजर्ड एंड स्टाफ को भी इंजुरी हो सकता है एंड देन all the reputation that you have built over so many years will get vanished. There will be litigation against you, visitors will stop coming to you and naturally financial impact तो है ही। ठीक है, so R1 and R10 are in the red wala segment and then depending on how severe the risk is and what is the probability, I have classified it that way। ठीक है, अब see nobody is going to ask you to make the risk register, मतलब रिस्क रजिस्टर का एनालिसिस पूछेंगे। नोबडी इज गोइंग टू आस्क यू कि यार हीट मैप बनाओ, यू डोंट हैव ड्राइंग पेंटिंग टूल्स राइट, बट यस दे विल आस्क यू अबाउट द इम्पैक्ट, है ना। एंड रिस्क पे क्वेश्चन आता ही है हाँ पेपर में, मतलब कुछ ना कुछ तो रहेगा रिस्क पे, सो मेक श्योर दैट यू स्टडी दैट प्रॉपरली। Now, related and correlated risk, four correlations that matter more than any single risk: less seasonal training, chances of competence failure, which increases the chances of safety incident, which risks the operating license. Three risks are related to each other. Then, cyber and physical security are correlated at HW because the control center monitors the right software. उस पे अगर किसी ने अटैक किया, if there is cyber security risk, the safety of the rights is also impacted. Then weather and economic risk are also positively correlated. एक weather conditions, मतलब अगर weather risk amplify हो गया तो naturally the number of months in which it is closed that increases, so naturally the revenue is going to be impacted. And ride obsolescence produces the slowing performance that triggered the NBA shareholders complaint, that is also another problem। ठीक है, risk varies according to the size, structure and the level of development। ठीक है, there is no diversification, single family business है, hotels वाला diversification नहीं हुआ है, there are no multiple sites, you haven't gone into different countries, you are working on that mythical legend by the way, अगर वो legend flop हो गया तो ये भी गड़बड़ हो जाएगा, है ना। मतलब if people lose interest ना, quite possible, अब maybe certain stories and local legends of the country, people are not interested in that anymore, they want newer things like Harry Potter, so naturally that will have a long impact and recovering from that will not be possible because आपका पूरा your identity is built on that, right? Now the Tara matrix, transfer, avoid, reduce, accept, applied to the risk categories that we have created। ठीक है, transfer applies when there is low likelihood high impact, which is basically getting an insurance cover or something like this, safety incident, food hygiene, sabotage, or see that you can transfer to someone by getting an insurance, but insurance transfers financial loss but reputational loss cannot be washed away through insurance, or OAPO's licensing decision वो हुआ तो सब खत्म। ठीक है, that is not, there is nothing you can do about it। What comes under the avoid category? HW already avoids weather risk on its largest coasters, it shuts them down for a certain period of time, but avoidance is not the right response to R2 and R8। what is R2 and R8? R2 is attractions perceived as outdated, ठीक है, and R8 competitor capture of the overnight and resort market। इसमें आप कुछ कर सकते थे, you could have done something about it, you can still do something about it। यहाँ पे you can't have the avoid वाला approach, you will have to work towards reducing that by expanding into different sectors, setting up hotels and all of that। ठीक है, reduce, this is for high likelihood low impact items। the training wala jo issue hai, that can very easily be reduced by extending the training hours, by conducting assessment of the ride assistant, so solution hai available ha, having a disaster recovery plan, load testing for the app ki yaar too many people are suddenly on the app at the same time, it shouldn't happen ki yaar wo app crash ho gaya, right? So from that perspective, you will have to do that analysis also, and then accept there is nothing you can do about minor weather disruption. Okay, now the ALR principle, as low as reasonably practicable. So try to reduce the risk that you are facing, try to mitigate the risk that you are facing, but risk mitigation, risk control पे इतना पैसा waste मत करो कि the amount that you are spending on risk mitigation, risk handling is way more than the benefit that you are getting by eliminating the risk, right? मेक इट लो, उतना ही कम करो जितना रीजनेबली प्रैक्टिकेबल है. रिड्यूस ओनली टू एन एक्सटेंट टिल इट मेक्स कमर्शियल सेंस, टिल इट मेक्स रीजनेबल सेंस. यू शुड नॉट डू इट बियॉन्ड दैट. ठीक है. सो on safety, Deeland statistics show the chance of significant injury is extremely low. So HW is close to ALARP on ride engineering. The remaining disproportionality is not in more engineering, it is in training and assurance, where the cost of extended. So what they are saying is कि ride safety का problem नहीं है. Issue is कि the ride operators or the ride assistants, they are not trained maybe, and that is what is creating a problem. Spend on their training and maybe subjected to internal audit. That will help you in risk reduction here. And on strategy, HW's revealed behavior is an attempt to hold strategic risk near zero by not investing. ALARP does not support that because the benefit is foregone, because the benefit foregone is enormous and the risk avoided is modest. Accepting some risk is necessary. Beyond the point, there is nothing you can do. ठीक है. See, right now you need to have a strong foundation. The tone at the top is not there because people at the top have done nothing. No risk committee, no risk manager, कुछ भी नहीं किया है. So all of that will have to change, and it will have to change from the top right up to the bottom. By the way, this is one organization where operational risk के लिए you have solutions, but जो strategic level issues है उसके लिए at the top level nothing is happening. ठीक है. Another issue is that this company is completely undiversified. It doesn't have any premium products कि यार pay more and cut the queue. It doesn't have corporate events, nothing on that front. It doesn't have evening events. It doesn't have the only thing is the license of the Hasper Legend, nothing else. No accommodation also. There is no seasonal diversification. They want an all weather ride, but that has not been achieved yet. Then segment diversification, the over 30 market they haven't really targeted. That is where your opportunity lies. And then geographic diversification, you need a second site, but under current ownership structure you don't have that much money. ठीक है. The risk report that HW should produce, you should have the risk appetite statement explicitly given per category, full risk register which we saw, heat map, correlation analysis, assurance map, residual risk, and reporting to shareholders. All of that should be produced. ठीक है. Now, organizing for success, structure, process. ठीक है. HW operates a functional structure. I think someone very correctly mentioned that at the very beginning, by the way. ठीक है. A board of 6 directors for finance, operations, human resources, and marketing, but you don't have experience on security, uh, you don't have experience on IT, you don't have that level of expertise. So, appropriate for single site, single business company, clear functional expertise hai. But the problem is that they are all working in silos. You don't have a good reporting system. Plus, there is no innovation right now also happening, and cross functional communication is slow right now. ठीक है. So nobody is really aligned towards taking care of the visitors journey and responding to their requests. वो हमने ऊपर देखा था. Because if you would have responded to their requests, this issue would not have occurred. ठीक है. Now, collaborative working and partnering, we saw options: outsourcing some of the functions, joint venture and alliance, shared services and franchising. ये सारा हमने ऊपर देखा है. Just have a look at it quickly. They could have light shows, yes. मतलब वो light and sound show and all of these things which take place, definitely. अच्छा, इसमें ना आई थिंक वन एस्पेक्ट दैट दे कैन आस्क इज प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट का क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, बिकॉज वो ए मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी में देर इज अ प्रोजेक्ट दैट यू कुड लॉन्च, देर इज समथिंग दैट यू कुड लॉन्च ऑन द न्यू होटल्स वाला, मतलब दैट कुड बी अ प्रोजेक्ट दैट यू might end up entertaining. So वहाँ पे the project management वाला discussion can be tested, huh? So we'll work on that है अभी, just 10 pages left guys, we are almost done. मतलब आपके लिए डिफिकल्ट है, मेरे लिए भी डूइंग like 6 hours back to back is difficult, but no problem, let's do it properly. ठीक है, now Harmon's process strategy mix matrix, basically high complexity, low strategic importance, outsource. App and website building and hosting complex है, आउटसोर्स कर दो, दैट इज नॉट योर एरिया ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज एनी वे, गेट समवन फ्रॉम आउटसाइड टू डू इट. पेरोल एक्टिविटी हो गया, साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो गया, आउटसोर्स दैट. लो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी, लो स्ट्रेटेजिक इंपॉर्टेंस, मर्चेंडाइज स्टॉक, जनरल राउंड मेंटेनेंस एंड क्लीनिंग, मिनिमम एफर्ट है, दिस कुड ऑल्सो बी आउटसोर्स्ड. ठीक है. लो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी बट हाई इंपॉर्टेंस, ऑटोमेट. टिकट बुकिंग हो गया, एंट्री स्कैनिंग हो गया, you show that when you get it scanned and you enter, you could deploy a person to check the tickets, or you could have a QR scanner, and only when the QR scanner matlab when it checks your QR it allows you to enter. You could do all of that, so automate all of this. Then food outlet ka pre-booking, customer feedback capture and all of that, that can be automated. But yes, high complexity, high strategic importance, ride safety, theme and visitor experience design, recruitment, what to do in the winter months, मतलब rainfall के time क्या करेंगे, and new attraction development, this has to be improved. This should neither be outsourced nor should it be automated, because यहाँ पे दिमाग लगाना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. So whatever can be automated, get that done so that you don't have to depend on humans for all of these activities. And then one by one, you can explore the other parts. Okay. Now, e-business, IT and cybersecurity. Where does HW sit? Website, standard website. Publicizes the rides and attractions. Online ticket booking, everybody is doing, you're also doing, nothing great. Social media presence, just like everyone. Real time queue times, not there. Live weather reporting, not there. Restaurant pre-booking, not there. RFID, not there. Guest movement and traffic analytics, not there. Personalized offers, not there. Mobile hotel room access, not applicable because you don't have a hotel. ठीक है. Big data and analytics, see booking data. Big data basically is analyzing huge chunks of data, which is basically characterized by the 4 V's. Do you remember? There is veracity, there is velocity, there is volume, there is variety, right? So booking data, you look at the data to see who books through which channel, at what price, what age group, where do visitors go, what do they order. RFID will help you with all of this, by the way. RFID is like a tag that is attached to you which keeps a track of your movement. Then where are people spending, are they spending money in restaurants, are they spending money in the merchandise shops, kahan pe ho raha hai. And feedback and sentiment data that you can collect through social media. Operational data sub milake you can give a better analysis to the company and help it in dynamic pricing, personalized offers, queue management, and overall customer experience will be improved. For this particular entity we already discussed here, they are not utilizing app in मतलब उसका तो यूटिलिटी दे डोंट हैव ओनली. सो इफ यू इनकॉर्पोरेट दोज फीचर्स, ऐप तो है, but you have to rebuild the app and you have to establish connectivity between different systems. The RFID wristbands that you have, they will communicate with, so the control room के साथ communication होगा who is where. ठीक है, so you can track movement of people. And but yes, there could be risk that people would want to talk about privacy concerns कि यार you are tracking our movement while we are inside, हमारे बच्चे को किसी ने किडनैप कर लिया तो क्या होगा. And then AI and machine learning that can be used for demand forecasting, dynamic pricing, predictive maintenance scheduling. But उसके लिए भी ना again you will have to give data. That data has to be right. Plus, when so much information is being shared, you will need consent of the people before doing that. Huh? Plus, minors are involved, people under the age group of 18 are involved. You might not have permission to track them. है ना. Then cyber security. एक बार have a look. We discussed cyber security already. Have a look at this once. Don't worry, guys. I am there to help and support you till the exam week. ठीक है. मैं मॉक रात को भेजूंगा बिकॉज आफ्टर दिस सेशन आई विल बी ड्रेन, तो मैं सो जाऊंगा, उसके बाद भेजूंगा मॉक. इसके बाद आई स्टिल हैव सेशंस. आई हैव SBR का लाइव, आई हैव AFM का लाइव टुडे. नो नीड टू सी. मैं आपका इस पे आई हैव अ डिस्कशन विथ यू गाइज ऑन प्रोफेशनल स्किल मार्क्स. ठीक है, आज नहीं है, आज सिर्फ ये करेंगे. Marketing and e-marketing segment, families with children under 12 who make up 40% of your footfall. HW's fit and action indicated, serve it better rather than dilute it. This is the segment on which focused differentiation would be built. Young adults 20 to 29, largest risk of loss. They want thrill, they want latest technology, but they have concerns about sustainability also. HW has the tallest coaster but no VRAR, so मैक्सिमम आपको इन पे काम करना है. ठीक है. Teenagers, same thing as above. Adults over 30, nobody is caring for them, so nobody cares for people of my age. So this is the biggest untapped opportunity, and we have the technically the highest disposable income ना. तो नेचुरली हमको तो टारगेट करो यार, तभी जाके यू विल मेक मनी. बच्चों को क्यों टारगेट कर रहे हो? उनको तो पॉकेट मनी हम देंगे, हमारे पास पैसा है. कम टू अस, इनवाइट अस टू द थीम पार्क. ठीक है. देन इंटरनेशनल विजिटर्स सिग्निफिकेंट at the three largest parks. It's there at the others. So it is named in HW's vision that you want to be, mission that you want to be global leader. So accommodation program start karo, which is why that recommendation is helpful. And then school and youth club, currently served only by a discount. The route to monetizing the educational mission and filling off season weekdays. See, that was one of your original mission na, wo somehow that is not being captured right now, so you should work on that aspect also. Now the 7 P's of marketing: product, place, price, people, process, physical evidence. ठीक है. प्रोडक्ट, द 26 नेम्ड राइड्स, इम्प्रूव देम. हैस्पर लेजेंड तो है, बट VRAR आउटलेज लेकर आओ. गेट एजुकेशनल कंटेंट, इवनिंग इवेंट्स करो, करिकुलम के साथ यू कैन लिंक. फॉर प्राइस, राइट नाउ यू हैव सिंगल एडमिशन फी फॉर ऑल द राइड्स, उसके बाद एवरीथिंग इज फ्री. यू शुड इंट्रोड्यूस डायनामिक प्राइसिंग. प्रीमियम, फास्ट ट्रैक एंड एक्सपीरियंस प्रोडक्ट्स, सीजनल प्राइसिंग भी करो। ये सब हम डिस्कस कर चुके हैं बट अंडर अदर हेडिंग्स। ठीक है, इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्लेस यू हैव वन साइट। ठीक है, मेक ऑटोमेटेड and mobile gate entry, or better management, maybe, let's say you can have like signpost set up, or you can have people guiding them ki which ride is in what direction, food court kahan par hai. I remember, I'll give you one mock based on Prisi na. Okay, what was I saying? देखो मेरा ध्यान हट, which is why I don't sometimes read the chat box. मैं भूल जाता हूँ मैं क्या बात कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, I was talking about place, helping people find if they don't know where is the food court, how will they reach there? So this year, February, March, I think I had gone to Sundar Nursery and I had heard that there are restaurants, which is why I went deep trying to find the restaurant. But otherwise मुझे पता ही नहीं चलेगा, तो the restaurant sale will not happen, right? Oh yes, that's a very good suggestion. You can have a park map in the mobile app. That's a very good idea. I think malls में भी होता है ना, but that's like at the entrance. Having it in the app is actually quite helpful. Now, प्रमोशन, वेबसाइट, ऐप, सोशल मीडिया, सारे चैनल्स को पकड़ो। ठीक है, यू हैव दैट हैस्पर लेजेंड, बट यू शुड यूज इन्फ्लुएंसर मार्केटिंग, पता नहीं अफिलिएट मार्केटिंग क्या क्या होता है ना। Get user generated content, like I ask you please comment on my video when it comes out, get that is what will help you to push it. ठीक है, then process, sorry, people, 100 full-time employees, 300 seasonal. There is just one training, you have to invest more in their training, because the more time you invest in their training, the same employees will come back to you. Give them progression pathways, safety will also be ensured for the rides. Okay, then process, booking, scanning, ride operations, queuing, all of this can be automated through the app, and that can help to make the whole experience smooth. Okay, and then physical evidence, the theme lands, the tallest and longest coaster, site condition, the presentation, which is why you should have ride car renewal. It should look attractive. Make sure that solar panels and all of those are there. ठीक है, आई थिंक ई मार्केटिंग हमने कब डिस्कस किया था, कल डिस्कस किया था ना किसी, कल के केस स्टडी में कौन सा था, हिस्टोरिक प्लेसेस था ना, उसमें आई थिंक वी हैड डिस्कस्ड ई मार्केटिंग. सो द 6 आईज ऑफ ई मार्केटिंग, इंटरएक्टिविटी है ना, make it two-way communication. That app publicizes and sells. Social media collects feedback, but there is no described response loop. I think interactivity के लिए, for every comment or for every feedback you should have a response ready, है ना. Develop an app that helps you to track and have a two-way connectivity with the visitors. Then right now the intelligence part is zero, huh? Nobody is looking at the data, nobody is analyzing it, nobody holds the data also. This is a gap. ठीक है, इंडिविजुअलाइजेशन नहीं है. इंडिविजुअलाइजेशन इन ई मार्केटिंग इज टारगेटेड मटेरियल, मतलब मुझे वही दिखाओ मेरे स्क्रीन पे दैट आई वांट टू सी और दैट आई हैव स्क्रॉल्ड. दैट इज नॉट हैपनिंग हियर बिकॉज यू डोंट हैव personalized data only to do personalized marketing. Then integration, it's weak. Website, apps, social media, सब कुछ है, but they are not connected with each other. Control center का data is not reaching them. Then industry restructuring, HW sells direct through its own channels, which is a genuine strength. There is no intermediary margin and direct customer ownership, but it also means no presence on third party travel. So it's okay that you don't have integrations, which means you are controlling everything, but there is a flip side to this story. You are not connected with the outside world, and you are, matlab, see, the way in industry restructuring works is, if you partner with other people, you help to grow their business and they will help to grow your business. If that connection is not there, then you cannot bounce off each other's strengths. And independence of location, booking is location independent, but the product cannot be location independent. मैं घर पे बैठ के थीम पार्क एंजॉय नहीं कर सकता, आई हैव टू गो देयर. ठीक है, Online branding is something, that is not so strong right now, so you will have to develop. Plus, talk about the founding family, talk about and all of these things work, by the way. Talk about the educational purpose. Social media pe make it work so that people understand what you are doing and they come to you. Now, project management for a major capital scheme, this is important because I feel कि इस बार ये प्री सीन में ना there are multiple things that are new projects for you, and okay, there are multiple new projects that are there, and उस पे अगर कुछ आ गया तो you should be ready, by the way. So why why these are projects? Because they have a defined start, a unique deliverable, cross functional teams, need defined resources, and there is an end. That is what a project is. The triple constraint applied to a VR overlay pilot. Okay. For example, the virtual reality thing that you want to introduce, the VR headsets. See, VR headsets and Hasper themed content on two or three existing roller coasters plus staff training. You will need OAPO approval. NPS measurement पे भी impact होगा. Scope creep is the main threat. The temptation to extend across all coasters, all 11 coasters before the pilot has proved anything. So you have to basically restrain yourself in terms of setting the project target and project scope. See, everything is constrained by seasonality. You can work on the project in the November to February window, testing kar lo, so that when all the rides reopen, you can launch it properly. Okay. If you miss a window, then you will miss out on an year, on one full year, because जब पार्क में राइडरशिप ज्यादा है, व्हेन पार्क में विजिटर्स आर द हाईएस्ट, उस टाइम पे यू आर स्टॉपिंग एवरीथिंग, सस्पेंडिंग द एक्टिविटीज एंड टेस्टिंग, दैट इज अ स्टूपिड थिंग टू डू. एंड कॉस्ट फंडेड फ्रॉम रिटेन्ड अर्निंग बिकॉज यू डोंट वांट टू डाइल्यूट फैमिली ओनरशिप. एंड लोन के बारे में भी राइट नाउ नथिंग इज वेरी क्लियरली गिवन वेदर दे आर ओके टेकिंग अ लोन और नॉट. नाउ I'm doing the VR virtual reality thing. ये hotel वाले project को भी you will have to apply it in the similar manner. I'm building the case for you, so you keep the headings in mind. But ये आपको किसी भी situation में apply, you should be able to do it. ठीक है. Benefit type, observable, improved visitor perception of AW as a modern and innovative theme park. The complaints that they had ना कि are not innovative enough, वो आपका मतलब sort हो जाएगा. ठीक है. Measurable, ride level satisfaction, NPS will improve, repeat visitors will improve, and if you can see that, then of course it is very easily measurable. Social media, maybe sentiment can be captured. Then quantifiable. सी स्कोप क्रीप इज, आप आपके ओरिजिनल स्कोप के बाहर चले जाते हो, दैट इज स्कोप क्रीप. ठीक है. डूइंग far more things than what you had originally bargained for or what you had originally decided. So that could be that is exactly what scope creep is. मेरे साथ हर बार होता है. So I plan 10 things and not outside our comfort zone, outside what we had decided. So it's I had decided I'll do these four things, and then I couldn't control my desire to do 10 more things. So that basically. Now, project sponsor should be a board director, Mata Glen for the right project, or Leaf Glen for marketing commercial for the app. Project manager, day-to-day delivery, planning, monitoring, reporting. HW has no disclosed project management capability. Huh? That is a gap. Project initiation document should talk about objective, scope, deliverable, timescale, budget, team, risk, assumption, constraint, success criteria. Should be agreed before the work starts. मैं आपको ना एक प्रोजेक्ट इनिशिएशन डॉक्यूमेंट इस शीट में ऐड करके दूंगा, सैम्पल. लेट मी जस्ट नोट इट डाउन. I'll add it to the sheet and then upload. ठीक है. Sample project initiation document. ठीक है. Okay. Then project plan, work breakdown, who will do what, each person's responsibility, each person's reporting, risk register, communication plan, all of that. Monitoring and control, maybe you are doing weekly monitoring, daily monitoring. Are you resetting the targets? Escalation to the sponsor. If there is a delay, how to tackle with the delay? Because one delay means पूरा का पूरा year आपका waste हो जाएगा, है ना? Then post implementation review and post project review. Post implementation review is, did the benefits that you had foreseen, did those materialize? And post project review, how well was the project run? ठीक है. And managing strategic change, what type of change does HW need? Adaptation, what HW has been doing and what has produced the drift. It has added a coaster a couple of years ago, 4 years ago, and it will have to keep updated with the times. Reconstruction, big bang within the paradigm, possible for app rebuild and process automation. Pura completely change kar do. Like from the word go. Evolution is the recommended route, excuse me, because incremental change hoga, and this is a family firm. It's not a corporate. Actually, corporates also cannot absorb any change in big bang mode. It will have to be small changes introduced, because फैमिली का भी आपको कंफर्ट देखना पड़ेगा. And then revolution would be required if scenario A from section 12 arrives, or if a safety incident or a license loss creates a genuine crisis. So we should stop, we should make an effort कि यार वो रेवोल्यूशन का जरूरत ना पड़े, कम बिग चेंज अक्रॉस द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बट एक फंडामेंटली सब बदल जाएगा. बेस्ट दैट यू टेक द एवोल्यूशन अप्रोच. ठीक है. Now Balogun and Hope Haley's change kaleidoscope: time, scope, preservation, diversity, capability, capacity, readiness and power. ठीक है. सिर्फ पेज 97 तक है, खत्म हो रहा है. डोंट वरी, खत्म कर रहा हूं मैं. आई नो यू गाइस आर गेटिंग एंशियस नाउ. Time, there is no immediate crisis right now, it is profitable, but the cracks have started showing, huh? See, because there is no urgency, there is a lot of inaction that might spell problems in the long run. Okay. Then scope, right now you need transformation, not realignment, because there are a lot of changes that you foresee for yourself. एक तो वो होटल वाला, ऐप वाला, टेक, all of these issues are there. See, not everything has to be thrown out. Preservation of what made you unique, by the way. Two things made you unique. I think multiple things actually. One is the Hasper legend and the theme. Then the very fact that you have never had any safety related concern. You have tied that up with education. Make sure that even when you bring about a change, this is not lost. Okay. Right now diversity is not there, you will have to introduce that. NEDs को लाना पड़ेगा. Capability, strong operational capability, but you will have to keep on, you will have to make an effort to maintain it and only scale it to the next level even when new projects come in. ठीक है. Right now financial capacity exists in cash flow terms, but the company does not want to raise maybe external finance, they don't want, or managerial capacity is not enough to run the show, because making so many changes will definitely require more people. ठीक है. Readiness probably is not there, because the NBA shareholders are ready, maybe they want to change, but the executive directors, they are kind of stuck in their way of doing things. And implications for the change approach, readiness has to be built at the board level. Only when they are aligned, you will be able to change the way things are happening. And right now par is concentrated in 6 directors. Each, they hold 50% and every board seat, but it is not absolute. The founders hold 20%, and right now nobody is in a position to control the company that way. Not कोई भी एक group is not in a position. ठीक है. You will need the support of the founders to get that done. ठीक है. If you want to introduce change, the Lewin's 3-stage model will help you. Unfreeze, change, and refreeze. Use the NBA's shareholders' own complaint as the starting point. Publish the benchmark, NPS, and share data. Dismantle what is happening. Bring up जो current structure है उसे खत्म करो. Dismantle that. Bring in NEDs, form committees, rebuild the app, get technological investment, VR, AR, सब कुछ करो. And once that is set, bring the process back, refreeze, give new KPIs, and then of course the you can plan the next steps. Okay. Okay. And Puppet, do you remember the Puppet model, four view model? That is also a part of change management, by the way. Embed the new position, new KPIs and targets on the balanced scorecard. Committees meeting on a regular cycle. So ये rephrase वाला part था, sorry. Puppet four view model, people, organization, processes and information technology. The changes that you need to introduce at the people level, at the org level, the processes and information technology. ठीक है, have a look at this once. ठीक है, चलो, done. 6 hours and 7 minutes with two breaks of 15 minutes each, so 5.5 hours, and we are done with our pre-scene analysis. So I think I have covered a wide spectrum, by the way. सारे मॉडल्स कवर किए हैं, है ना? सो इट्स नॉट एज इफ यही होगा, इसके ऊपर भी पेपर में हो सकता है, बट एटलीस्ट आई बिलीव आई हैव नाउ गिवन यू अ डायरेक्शन टू थिंक कि किस डायरेक्शन में आपको सोचना है. अब इसके बेसिस पे आई विल बी कंडक्टिंग सम मोर एक्टिविटीज फॉर यू. वन ऑफ देम इज द प्री सीन मॉक. ठीक है, वो भी मैं आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा. एंड बट लाइक आई टोल्ड यू, थोड़ा बाद में, हाँ, अभी बिकॉज आई नीड टू थोड़ा सा रेस्ट. एंड समथिंग ऑन प्रोफेशनल स्किल्स. Okay, so that is what the next set of discussion will be all about. There is one, ये है अपना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, प्री सितंबर मॉक I want to discuss on my channel. I have set the date. मैं मेरे LinkedIn post में check करता हूँ. I've set the date for that. I just don't seem to remember. इतने सारे अलग अलग प्री सीन और एक्टिविटीज आर गोइंग ऑन ना फॉर ऑल सब्जेक्ट्स, तो आई टेंड टू फॉरगेट. एक मिनट, हाँ, जस्ट वन मोमेंट. SBL कहाँ चला गया? हाँ, दिस इज SBL. I'll send you this post. ठीक है, I'll be adding some more activities for you, but पहले आप ये post देख लो. इसमें मैंने टाइम टेबल दिया है. ठीक है, हैव अ लुक एट इट वंस. नाउ यू डोंट हैव टू लर्न और रिमेंबर एनीथिंग. हाँ, मतलब ये कोई रट्टा मारने का चीज नहीं है, ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग का चीज है. ठीक है, So go through the material and just make sure that आप understand what we were trying to discuss in this entire discussion, and then उसके basis पे एक pre-scene mock करो. And then there are, like I said, there are some other activities with respect to this pre-scene and your exam prep that I have planned. I'll let you know. ठीक है. मेरा लिंक्डइन फॉलो करो एंड मेरा चैनल देखो, बिकॉज आई डोंट हैव एवरीवन्स नंबर, आई डोंट नो ईच वन ऑफ यू. ठीक है. सो यू विल हैव टू पे अटेंशन टू द अनाउंसमेंट कमिंग ऑन माई यूट्यूब एंड अनाउंसमेंट ऑन माई लिंक्डइन. ठीक है. So in my batch, I have given 8 topic test and 4 mocks. So मतलब उसमें से I think at least 2 to 3 mocks तो you should do. ठीक है. See, वो pre-September mock is just practice on how to frame the answers. That's it. There's nothing else in it. ठीक है. चलो गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच एंड थैंक यू टू द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड. लाइट नहीं गया, अदरवाइज आई हैड दिस कंसर्न. यार इसमें अगर लाइट चला गया ना तो मेरा पूरा एफर्ट खराब हो जाएगा. ठीक है. यस, आई विल बी अपलोडिंग इट, बट यार दिस वीडियो ना इट टेक्स अराउंड 4.5 hours to get processed from YouTube's end. तो जैसे वो हो जाएगा, you will see the link in the comment section and in the description part. ठीक है. And guys, just one small request before I end. After the video is ready, मतलब वो आ जाएगा कल सुबह तक I think. Just make sure that you put a comment on the video. ठीक है. कोई भी एक comment लिख देना so that my work can reach more people. This is the only kind of marketing, so to say, that I can create for myself. So please help me with that, and I'm committed to helping you in every way you want that for your SBL paper. ठीक है. चलो bye. By the way, this was one of the most interactive pre-scenes I've ever had. Lots of participation. ठीक है. चलो.